Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Of course. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, everyone. I have the honor and privilege of introducing our Message of Aloha speaker, Dr. John Kamakavivo Ole Osorio, who will be delivering this morning's Message of Aloha. John was born and raised in Hilo on the island of Hawaii and is a native Hawaiian professor of the Hawaiian Studies program at the University of Hawaii. He is the Dean of Hawaii Nui a Kea School of Hawaiian Knowledge at the University of Hawaii. Keeping within the music genre, I'm not sure if many of you remember, John Osorio was in a duo called John and Randy with fellow musician Randy Borden, and one of my favorite songs was Hawaiian Eyes. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you won a Hoku Award with that song. I'm not sure what year that was. Could you remind us? 1981, members. But please help me welcome Mr. Dr. John Osorio.
Velina mai me ke aloha. I especially want to acknowledge my son, Duncan, who somehow came to the conclusion that this was a good idea. I was asked to speak about aloha this morning, and I was also warned that I should keep it reasonably short, so I will. I'm going to talk a little bit about aloha, but I want to get to another word and another concept that I want to spend a little bit more time with. Kumuhula Pua Kanahele has been instructing so many people over the last few decades about the reality of the word aloha. And the reality is that that word it imposes reciprocity, a reciprocalness, an exchange. And when she talks about this, the reciprocity doesn't exist just between individuals. Reciprocity and aloha should be extended to everything that is interdependent, everything that depends on others, whether they're human or not. And therefore, that reciprocity extends from us as individuals and us as a collective human body to the environment. I think that's an important way to think of aloha, and a way for us to understand what our obligations are, kuleana are, in the world, in Hawaii. But the word I want to focus on this morning is kaulike. And that's a word I find really, really fascinating. It's the Hawaiian word for justice. It's how we use the word justice. And kaulike, like means a likeness, a sameness, the sameness. It could be something that resembles something, but really at its root, they are the same things. And kau is to place or to lay out or to impose a sameness. And if we think about that verb, ko, which explicitly relies on this kind of intentionality, right? You intend to impose a likeness, whether you're a judge, police officer, a neighbor, a husband, wife. To impose that likeness means that you can see for yourself that we are not the same. We look different, we sound different, we come from different kinds of cultures with different understandings. But the idea that as individuals or as a society, we need to impose a likeness on everyone for the sheer possibilities or maybe expectations of having a relationship, that makes kaulike a really powerful word. It isn't just a government word. In fact, as a government word, it doesn't really work so much because we know that institutions are imperfect. But to be practiced by individuals, by people in families, by neighbors, right? And even by people observing newcomers and immigrants. Kaulike is a powerful word. And what it imposes on us as human beings, as members of this society, certainly as Hawaiians, is this obligation to try, to make an effort, to be able to be in a position to have a relationship. Because who knows where that could lead. Partnerships, love, marriage, accommodation, better societies. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Dr. Osorio. Appreciate you. Members, I have a few procedural announcements before we start our meeting. Although remote oral testimony is being permitted, this is a regular meeting and not a remote meeting by interactive conference technology under HRS 92-3.7. Therefore, the meeting will continue notwithstanding loss of audiovisual communication with remote testifiers or loss of the public broadcast of the meeting. Members of the public will be allowed to provide oral testimony on all items on the agenda, either in person, in the council chamber, or remotely. Before testifying, each person shall state their full name and the agenda item they are testifying on. Each speaker may not have anyone else read their statement and is limited to a 3-minute presentation on public hearing and new business items and a 1-minute presentation on all other items. Registered in-person testifiers will be called first. When your name is called, please proceed to the podium and begin by stating your name and the item you'll be speaking on. When I call for anyone who has not registered to speak in person, please line up to the right of the podium, and when it is your turn, proceed to the podium. Begin by stating your name and the items you'll be speaking on. All persons who have registered to testify remotely by video conference or phone will then be called. When your name is called, please monitor your screen and activate your audio feed when prompted. When I call for anyone else standing by remotely, please utilize the Zoom raise hand button to indicate your desire to speak. For those joining us by telephone only, please press *9 to indicate your desire to speak. The following are some friendly reminders and tips. Video conference from a quiet location if possible. If you are also watching the proceeding on Olelo, please mute your television when you are called to testify. When the timer on the screen reaches 0, please conclude your remarks promptly. For those who are joining us by telephone only, I will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. When your number is called, press *6 to unmute yourself when prompted. Written testimonies, including the testifier's address, email address, and phone number, will be available to the public as described in the posted agenda. As a courtesy, please turn off all cell phones during the meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Councilmember Say is excused. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Cordero.
Here.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Here.
Councilmember Kia Aina.
Here.
Councilmember Okimoto.
Present.
Councilmember Say is excused. Councilmember Talba.
Here.
Councilmember Tupola.
Ayo.
Councilmember Wire.
Here.
Chair Waters.
Here.
Mr. Chair, 8 members are present, 1 member is absent.
Thank you. Floor Leader Cordero, introduction of guests.
Thank you, Chair. Along with the community and neighbors, we also have appointees and directors, or members from the city administration with us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Vice Chair Kia Aina, motion for the approval of the minutes.
I move that the minutes of the 24th session be approved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members who are in discussion, seeing none. Any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, the minutes have been approved. Moving to page 4, order of the day. From the Committee on Budget, Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 255 and Resolution 24-196 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
This confirms the appointment of Malia Holmeschild to serve on the Grants and Aid Advisory Commission of the City and County of Honolulu.
Thank you so much. Is Malia here? Oh, there she is. Aloha, welcome. Would you like to say a few words?
Aloha, aloha mai kako, aloha. I'm Malia Holmeschild, aloha Chair, Vice Chair, Council members. Thanks so much for the opportunity to be here. I just want to echo the words of Dr. Osorio about aloha and reciprocity, and that's what I believe I want to do here with volunteering for the commissioner position with Grants and Aid to continue public service.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the nominee? Seeing none, thank you so much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Okay, members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Kia Aina.
Chair, I've mentioned it before, but I clearly strongly support Ms. Holmeschild for this position. She has a very diverse background with small business, culture, working for the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, working for the state legislature. I think she'd be fantastic. And also in keeping with the verbiage of Dr. Osorio with regard to kaulike, when you are looking at grants, it's always good to look at some of the other smaller nonprofits who normally wouldn't get a chance, right? You have the big nonprofit organizations who are able to access a lot of other funding, and you have those organizations who are in our communities, right? Mm-hmm. And while a certain percentage is designated for each of our communities, I still think that, the lens that we look at how we run the government, including at the where you're going to be working, I think could look at that mindset. Yeah?
Yes,
because a lot of the missions of the nonprofit organizations could be looking, for example, at our underserved communities.
Absolutely, yes, I agree.
Anyway, looking forward to having you on board.
Mahalo.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 255 and Resolution 24-196 has been adopted. Congratulations and thank you for your service.
Mahalo.
From the Committee on Housing, Sustainability, and Health, Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. I move that Committee Report 268 and Resolution 24-194 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Wire for the explanation.
This is confirming the appointment of Dr. Leanne Kealoha Fox to serve on the Climate Change Commission of the City and County of Honolulu.
Thank you so much. Aloha. Would you like to say a few words?
Oh, mahalo, Chair. Bielina mai me ke aloha kako, aloha kakahiaka, me ka hau'oli loa. It's really been an honor to spend time with you folks, your staff. I think the Mayor's Office and the Office of Climate Change, Sustainability, and Resiliency. I especially want to thank the city's new Chief Resilience Officer who's taking on a really important kuleana for all of us, and I'm happy to serve on this commission to support all of the action plans and strategies ahead. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the nominee? Seeing none, thank you so much. I believe we do have one registered speaker, Laiku Morales. Aloha, welcome.
Aloha mai kako. Chair, Vice Chair, and Council members. I am Laiku Morales. I am 11 years old. I live in District 2, and I am the son of Dr. Fox. I come today as a representative of my ohana. I would normally be in science class right now, but climate change is important for me and all of us. I want to thank the mayor for appointing my mom so she can get to work. We have a native Hawaiian tradition called ho'omaluo. It means to conserve our natural resources and use them wisely. We plan for now, act, and not wait for later. Indigenous systems like these are long-lasting, sustainable practices we need to heal the world and address climate change. Dear council members, the city must invest in solutions like these. As the next generation, from my ahupua'a to yours, I ask that you please confirm my mom, who is teaching me the value of what it means to serve for the betterment of others. Aloha aina.
That was fantastic. Perhaps District 2 Youth Council, perhaps? Thank you so much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, that concludes the testifiers.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Kia Aina.
As I stated earlier, I'm strong support of this nomination, but I actually wanted to say something to her son for testifying. Julian Uggan is going to be speaking this evening. He is a fierce climate change advocate for not just the Pacific region, but island communities throughout the world. And he's going to be teaching for a semester at the University of Hawaii Law School. Please ask your mom, I know she knows him, to ask him to speak to your class. I think he would love to.
Mahalo.
Fantastic. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 268 and Resolution 24-194 has been adopted. Congratulations, Dr. Fox, and thank you for your service. Moving to the top of page 5 from the Committee on Planning and the Economy, Councilmember Kia Aina.
I move that Committee Report 271 and Resolution 24-193 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution confirms the appointment of Edmund K. B. Hyun to serve on the Liquor Commission of the City and County of Honolulu.
Thank you. Aloha, Mr. Hyun. Would you like to say a few words?
Aloha kakayaka, Vice Chair Juarez, Vice Chair Kia Aina, council members. Thank you for the opportunity for appearing before this body. I appreciate the ability to come back to the Liquor Commission after a leave of about 8 years, and I thank you very much. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the nominee? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, do we have any? Oh, I'm sorry.
I have a quick question.
Councilmember Okimoto, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Hyun. Thank you for being here with us, and thank you for meeting with me also in my office. I just wanted to quickly ask you what you hope to bring back or moving forward to the Liquor Commission, knowing the current path that it's been on, or current situation it's been on, and what kind of direction would you like to take it to, and what do you think you could add, knowing that we've been in a little bit of conflict or based on previous accounts, but also things happening in the media and also things happening within the commission. What could you do to offer us some positive hope?
Well, as a commissioner sitting on the commission and hearing testimony and reviewing applications and hearing complaints, it's more the ability to ask insightful, objective questions that put on record for the commission anything that comes before the commission for fair and objective decision-making, to be collegial with my fellow commissioners as well. So I think from there, the commission can offer some guidance to the administrator, and from there, the administrators can do the follow-up. But it's more the commissioner's ability to, like I said earlier, objectively hear and weigh the cases that are brought before the commission.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing, and thank you for taking the time to come back. We know this is voluntary, so we appreciate your service. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions, members? Any follow-up discussion? Seeing none. Any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 271 and Resolution 24-193 has been adopted. So congratulations, Mr. Hyun, and thank you for your service.
Thank you very much.
Moving to the bottom of page 5, Councilmember Kia Aina.
I move that Committee Report 272 and Resolution 24-195 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution confirms the appointment of Christina Bushnell to serve on the Oahu Historic Preservation Commission of the City and County of Honolulu.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, Ms. Bushnell is not available today, but is there any other testifiers, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you very much. We're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 272 and Resolution 24-195 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 6, Resolution 24-209, confirming the appointment of Ryan Toyomura to the Zoning Board of Appeals. Is this Toyomura here? Thank you for being here. Would you like to say a few words?
Good morning, Chair and members of the Council. I just want to thank this body for allowing me to be here today, and also thanking Mayor and the administration for providing me this opportunity to serve if confirmed by the Council. So thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Members, any questions for the nominee? Seeing none, thank you. I believe we do have one registered testifier, Jacob Wyneck. Aloha, Jacob. Thank you for being here this morning. Please proceed.
Thank you, Council Chair, Council, for the opportunity to testify. Over the past 6 months, I've gotten to know Ryan personally very well through a course we took together. And from the get-go, before I even knew about his professional qualifications, he struck me as the man with the right kind of temperament, with the right kind of drive, and an incredible well of knowledge to really bring to public service. I am thrilled that he has been nominated for this position. I have full faith and confidence that he will bring extraordinary experience and competence to this position, and I hope that the Council will approve him. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers?
That concludes the testifiers.
Thank you. Members are in discussion. Seeing none, Resolution 24-209 has been referred to the Committee on Zoning. Moving to the bottom of page 6, Resolution 24-212, confirming the appointment of Hazel Beck to serve on the Civil Service Commission of the City and County of Honolulu. Is Ms. Beck here? Aloha, welcome.
Aloha, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity and the invitation to start my confirmation process for a position on the Civil Service Commission. Most of my career has been in economic development, small business development, so I'm excited to bring the skills and the experience that I have to this commission. I've recently completed, it was a commitment too, a Master of Public Administration, and I'm also a veteran from the Vietnam era. So thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the nominee? Seeing none, thank you so much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, Resolution 24-212 has been referred to the Committee on Executive Matters and Legal Affairs. Turning to the top of page 7, first reading items. Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that the first reading items listed on pages 7 and 8 pass first reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
Bill 51 relates to adaptive reuse. It amends the revised ordinances of Honolulu to safely and sustainably increase the supply of housing by allowing for the adaptive reuse of existing commercial buildings. Bill 52 relates to electric bicycles, and it regulates the possession and use of bicycles and electric bicycles in the City and County of Honolulu. And Bill 53 relates to the special management area by amending Chapter 25, Revised Ordinance of Honolulu 2021, relating to the special management area, including by incorporating amendments made by Act 229 to HRS Chapter 205A, the State Coastal Zone Management Law.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers? Let's start with Bill 51.
Mr. Chair, I believe we have one in-person testifier.
Okay. Bill 51.
Mr. Jacob Weincheck.
Welcome back. Please proceed.
Thank you, Council Chair. Bill 51 is an important measure to help alleviate our housing crisis here in Honolulu. In the 2020 census, Honolulu was recorded as having 1,016,000 residents. The latest Census Bureau estimates put our population now at 989,000. We are hemorrhaging people leaving because they cannot afford to live here. We are losing young people, working class, middle class families. The current trajectory is unsustainable. I believe that this adaptive reuse building will make it easier to convert buildings to necessary housing, so that way we can bring costs down and get people back here, so that way we can have a healthy, vibrant society. I urge the council to take action on this positively and move it through quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak on Bill 51? Seeing none, let's move on to Bill 52, relating to electric bicycles. Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody registered on Bill 52?
Sir, we have one registered testifier, but that person is not logged on.
Okay. Is there anybody in the chamber who would like to speak on Bill 52? Please proceed, sir. Oh, thank you. Maybe come up. You'll be next. Please proceed, officer. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the council, Major Stacey Tanaka of HPD Traffic Division. I have no testimony per se, but I'll be available if you have any questions of me. I'll try to answer them.
Appreciate that very much. Members, do you have any questions for HPD? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Aloha, welcome.
Aloha and good morning. My name is Eduardo Hernandez. I'm with the Hawaii Bicycling League. We are in support of this measure. At the Bicycling League, we believe that a bicycle is a solution to so many of the issues that face our community, from climate sustainability to affordable transportation. And this measure adds important clarifications to our law, and it also supports a charter amendment in 2006 that was adopted by the voters that requires the city to be a more bicycle and pedestrian friendly city. So thank you for your consideration. The Hawaii Bicycling League is in support.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Members, any questions for Mr. Hernandez? Seeing none, thank you again. Aloha, Mr. Manaku, please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. You know, we need to start addressing these electric bicycles. I mean, they're good to have. You know, I mean, really, I came from the old days when we did the pumping on with our feet. Yeah, but these kids are going crazy. Yeah, we need some kind of we need to have them regulated, because they're going crazy in our community. I'm not sure about you guys' community, but in Waianae, they're on our highways competing with our cars, and that's crazy, you know. So somehow we need to make some adjustments. I mean, they're good to have. I mean, our young children are doing fine. It's our teenagers that we need to maybe make that adjustment with. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify on Bill 52? Bill 52. Seeing none, let's move on to Bill 53, relating to the special management area. Any testifiers on Bill 53? Mr. Manaku?
I apologize that I never had the chance to read what this is all about, but as you know, here in Hawaii, we do use the coastline a lot, yeah, the people here in Hawaii. So if it has anything to do with us, can you folks please let us know, because we do use the coastline, as I said, in Hawaii. The state does allow us to go along the coastline. So if it does have anything to do with that, and our right to gather our resources, can you please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any further testimony on Bill 53? Oh, please proceed.
52 or 50?
We moved on to Bill 53.
Oh, I was going to testify for the electric bikes. Okay.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to testify on Bill 53? Seeing none, members, we are in discussion. Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'll just make two quick comments, one on Bill 51 in support, hoping to have further conversation in committee. And in regards to Bill 52, thank HPD for testifying today, and of course Traffic Division for all the enforcement that they do on our roadways to keep us safe. E-bikes are more common, but with popularity, we're seeing a lot of serious problems. Legislation on e-bikes is necessary to protect our communities and our families. First and foremost, the safety is a concern. The bikes can go up to 28 miles per hour, and at these speeds, they become a real danger, especially in places like sidewalks, bike paths, where people walk and ride traditional bikes. E-bikes are heavier and faster than regular bikes, and when accidents happen, they can be much more serious. For example, on August 31st, when an e-bike collision in Eva Beach resulted in severe injuries of a 12-year-old girl who was riding a bike and a 35-year-old woman on a moped. And sadly, last year, the death of Pastor Alex Michael from Encounter Church, who passed away from being hit by an e-bike. And so we know that this is important. Our city's infrastructure isn't built to handle the surge of e-bikes, and this actually addresses that. I do think that reasonable regulations would make it safer, and I want to thank, of course, the introducer of this bill, but also for the resolution we'll discuss about urging the legislature, and also Councilmember Tolba for doing an e-bike town hall, which I thought was ingenious, because he did it with a demonstration of bikes. And so hopefully when we get this passed, we can all do e-bike town halls and get our elementary school kids educated, our middle school kids, and of course parents educated on wearing helmets, what are the laws in regards to these bikes, and what are the ages that are allowable for children to be riding these bikes. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Kia Aina.
Thank you, Chair. I also wanted to thank both Councilmember Dos Santos Tam as well as Tabo for introducing Bill 52 as well as the Hawaii Bicycling League. I think it's a critically important issue, and hopefully we would also pass the resolution that we'd hear later urging the legislature to also address the issue. In tandem with Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, we also introduced a measure relating to reducing the speed limit next to school zones. And during the committee consideration, I will be offering an amendment to have a specific speed limit for e-bikes, for city parks, as well as city sidewalks. There is various ways of tackling this issue, and I think it's critically important for all of us to look at ways in how we could provide safety for all, not just our keiki and kupuna, but all of the residents of Oahu. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to echo those sentiments and mahalo the introducers, because I do believe, as our colleagues have discussed, it is a very important safety issue for our community. I wanted to also extend a mahalo to HPD, who have been engaging with our schools. I know we worked with them to do a flyer to hopefully get that back to the parents at home. But I know they've been working hard over the past month or so. I'm doing outreach and sessions with our youth, and I'm really grateful for that as well. So mahalo.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none. Any objections or reservations? Seeing none. The first reading items on pages 7 and 8 of the agenda have passed first reading. Moving to page 9, members, page 9, top of page 9 from the Committee on Budget, Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 253 be adopted and Bill 45 pass second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
This relates to real property taxation, addressing the real property tax credit.
Thank you very much. I believe we have two registered testifiers, Natalie Iwasa and Jacob Wynick. Ms. Iwasa, aloha, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Natalie Iwasa for the record. I oppose this. I did support the increase from 60,000 to 80,000, but every time the credit threshold for income is increased, the amount of real property taxes collected by the city decreases. That means other taxpayers have to subsidize that decrease. And as you all know, a big bulk of that subsidization comes from residential A. And I just want to let you folks know, as a way of comparison, in the home that I live in, the real property taxes are 80% more than what I would pay if I were the owner. Something needs to be done with residential A, and I'm asking you to do that before you increase any credit, before you add any more dedications or exemptions. This is so important. And you know, the other thing about this, I'm sorry, residential A, I know we're talking about the credit, but I want to give you a broader picture because it's important to understand. If I were to purchase my home, or any person were to purchase a residential A property, that tax is prorated and higher than if the person owned the property. Then, if it's after the September 30th deadline for application of exemption, the tax goes on for another year. So we're looking at huge amounts of taxes for people who are trying to buy homes. And at the same time, you're looking at increasing the threshold for credit. I just ask you not to pass this at the time. And one more thing with respect to the credit application is ask BFS if they're considering all types of income, because when I looked at this about 10 years ago, they were not. They were not considering pre-tax dependent childcare, for example. There are other pre-tax items such as pre-tax, the Section 125 cafeteria plan for health benefits that I think that they are still not looking at. So when you have somebody who has those benefits and they're at the 80,000 threshold, they could actually be, according to their W-2s, they could actually be at a higher threshold if you consider that pre-tax income. So I ask you to take a look at that and do not pass this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for Ms. Iwasa? Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you. Hi, Natalie. Thank you very much for being here. I know that we had a robust discussion in committee, and I do take your request, and I made the very similar request to the committee members as well in budget to see if we are offering any reduction in real property tax that we look for enhancements as well, not only to cover, but also to secure the rest of our city services. With that, I do hope that it will come back to committee, so pass out a second reading, because once again, I'm taking what you say seriously. I remember all the discussions about exemptions, residential A, but I do also have a question. Would you be able to please send me the information about the threshold and about how the income tax and also what we should ask BFS, just so I have all the clarification, please?
Just so I understand correctly, you want me to ask you about my comment on the pre-tax item and the—
Yes, yeah, can you send me that information?
Yes, I will do that.
And the first part was just my comments.
Yes, okay, will do.
Thank you, Ms. Iwasa.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions for Ms. Iwasa? Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. And mahalo, Ms. Iwasa, for always being engaged and tracking all these with your background. I just wanted to make sure I'm understanding correctly. I think I do, but you're not necessarily saying you oppose raising the low-income tax credit. You're just saying it shouldn't be independent of relief for folks that own the second homes and then are renting them out, or essentially we should have.
At this point, I oppose this bill.
So you oppose the underlying policy?
Wait, I'm sorry, clarify your question, please?
I guess I'm just trying to understand if you're opposing capping the property tax that low-income families face, or you're just saying that because we're not providing relief for Res A that we should holistically do it as a package together. But I think you just clarified, so you're saying you're opposing this policy and this bill.
I'm opposing the increase at this time. It was just increased a year ago. So at this time, I just think this is the wrong time to do this, maybe in a couple years, but there are other things that I feel need to be addressed before increasing this credit again.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any follow-up questions, members? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Iwasa. Next, we have Jacob Weineck.
Thank you, Council and Council Chair, for giving me another opportunity to testify. I broadly support this bill. As I keep saying, there is a housing affordability crisis here. Any steps we can take to alleviate that, including raising this low-income tax credit, will be positive and will help lessen the burden on people trying to live here, trying to make a living here. I hope we can come to some compromise and keep pushing this bill forward, and I hope that the council can keep working on this to get it into a better form. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Mr. Weineck? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have one person remotely indicating their hand raised.
Okay, please proceed. Is that
Chun James?
Chun James.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
I hope you all are doing well. I just want to make some comments. You know, it seems to me that there's a big elephant in the room that we keep ignoring. And I keep referring back to the Porter report of 2012, when the city was already warned by that federal report that the city can afford the Honolulu Rail and it can afford taking care of its core services, but it cannot afford both. And so right now we are at a junction where the rail costs have gone crazy. We've all known that it's gone crazy and out of control, from 2006 at 2.7 billion to now, over 10, 11, 12 billion. And of course, we all know that the low-hanging fruit is the property taxes. That's a low-hanging fruit. And throughout Oahu, we are hearing from people that they're suffering, that they're having a hard time, that they're paying the credit card, property taxes on the credit card. And even if we spread the payments out into 12 installments, the property tax amount remain the same. And so seriously, we need to take an overarching look at this whole thing, because it will only get worse if we don't control the runaway costs of the Honolulu Rail, because that is a big white elephant that is going to keep eating us, and it's going to force the city to keep increasing the property taxes. Yes, you can give a little bit, exemptions here, but then you're going to have to go get it from somewhere else. And so it's like a shell game. But seriously, the solution to us controlling runaway costs is the Honolulu Rail. So next time, when you get into the budget session, please remember that on August 9th, a lot of time was spent on how the hard people were going to justify the 110,000 position for a new PR person. So there are lots of things to look at, and to be able to control the cost so that our people do not continue to suffer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just for the record, Bill 45 does in fact lower your property taxes. Any follow-up questions for the testimony?
Just a little bit.
Okay, seeing none. Do we have any other testifiers, Mr. Clerk? Please proceed.
Aloha, good morning, City Council. Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES, wishing to comment on Bill 45. So the amendment as proposed is that the combined income of all title holders of the property for the year will be raised to $100,000 from $80,000. So what was said in committee last time, I said that it affects the value of the property. So I'd like to correct that statement. It actually is a good proposal because the assessment is based on the combination of the income of the homeowners, not the property value. So it is a good proposal, and yet when we discuss the rapid rate, if evaluations of real property tax assessment continues to go up, how does the city council manage to find balance? And there's been a lot of discussion about low homeownership rates and the burdens of homeowners with the responsibility of property tax. So the property tax evaluations skyrocketing over the years are a concern. And so when we look at critical government services and the effect that the property tax goes towards, I think that the council should consider another PIG hearing. And the PIG hearings is the Permitted Interaction Group to review and discuss tax relief going forward. And they also look at the restructuring of the tax reclassification system that is utilized for assessment to determine tax evaluation for all taxpayers. So if there's going to be another PIG hearing, I think it's going to be really helpful towards the discussion, and the city's costs for critical government services continue to go up. So yeah, it would be important to consider how to fund those critical governmental services.
Thank you very much. Members, I do want to note the presence of Director of Budget and Fiscal Services, Andy Kawano, is also in the audience in the event that you all have any questions for him. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, that concludes the testifiers.
Councilmember Cordero, followed by Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much to the members and those that that testified. I do hope that we can move it back to committee, because in committee, from the first part of the committee to even to the last part of committee, I'm hoping that we can, I mentioned that I'm hoping that we can present further revenue enhancements in addition to our proposed relief bills. And so I asked that for the rest of the members. If I do schedule your bill, I would hope to see an additional revenue enhancement bill as well. And with that, I am working with my team and with our co-introducer and my vice chair as well to supplant a revenue supportive bill for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask BFS to give us how much revenue would be impacted by this bill.
Good morning, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kiaina, honorable council members, Andy Kawano, Director of Budget and Fiscal Services. What we do know is that when we increase the income limit from $60,000 to $80,000, we processed just over 5,000 applications for an aggregate credit amount of about $9.5 million. That compares to about 3,500 applications processed and a tax credit benefit of about $5 million, just over $5 million. So the increase was about $4.5 million. And we really won't know how many applications come in because it's based on income. You know, the increase in the credit could be another
$4 to $5 million, or it could be more than that. We just don't know at this point.
Thank you. I had discussion, Chair, but I'll turn it back to you if you folks want to ask questions.
Thank you. Members, any follow-up questions with Director Kawano? Seeing none, thank you so much. Are there any other testifiers, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, that concludes the testifiers.
Thank you. We're in discussion. Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, I appreciate Budget Chair's comments. I think the reality is that I appreciate the collaboration that went into increasing the low-income tax credit last year. I think it was intentional, and I think our colleagues put in a lot of work into it, and so I'm extremely grateful. I do think it was a compromise. I just wanted to share that, my understanding, or my perspective rather, is that I understand BFS is not supportive of having an area median income flat, standard in the legislation or in our ordinances, because that would be subject to HUD updating the number every year. And so it'd be difficult to put in, say, 80% of the area median income or 90% of the area median income is what qualifies you for the low-income tax credit. So with that said, I don't think, if this is a program that we're going to use to benefit low-income families, I do think we have to continue to make adjustments. I don't think it's just like across the street, they have to make adjustments to the minimum wage and have it progressively implemented over a period of years. If we're wanting to reflect the actual impact on the community and what incomes are, if we're doing $100,000, right? If we're wanting to use a flat number instead of a formula, like $100,000 is right around where we're at right now in terms of both what the area median income is. If you're looking at a two-person household with a kid, is about where that's at. Understanding that if we're not going to put a formula, it's hard to satisfy each individual family, right? Who may be situated differently. But just wanted to comment too, I don't think this is really benefiting folks that are buying new homes as much as individuals who have inherited generational homes and are, in a home that's maybe $2, $3, $4 million and making what would be considered by the US government low and moderate income, and thus be eligible for benefits from HUD. And so I don't think we're talking about giving away that much money when we're looking at who we're trying to benefit. I know I've talked to multiple individuals in our community that are struggling and didn't meet the cutoff. And so I do think this is more than fair, given the small amount of revenue that it's going to cost in comparison to the other good and intentional tax measures that we're talking about as a body. And so just wanted to share that out of all the tax measures that I know I've introduced, this is probably the one that I feel is most responsive to the families in our district that are maybe struggling with just the cost of living. So appreciate the opportunity, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Kia Aina.
Thank you, Chair. I actually look forward to all of these tax measures going back to committee so we can continue to have a robust discussion on everything that has been stated. I don't think anyone disagrees with the intent of any of these measures, but there are fiscal impacts. And I would just say this, which is why, if it's going to be through the committee process or through another permitted interaction group, it's so critically important for us to look at the totality and the universe of all of these measures, because some of the measures, including the vacancy home tax, as well as the providing relief for those who have second homes and they rent it out to a long-term renter, right? Those measures achieve another goal, which is to provide a long-needed inventory for local families. And so my hesitancy is if we only look at what one bill costs, it's not looking at the total picture. And that is my concern when it goes back to committee. But I do support the passage of all of these measures going back to committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Councilmember Tolba.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be voting with reservations on this one. I support giving tax relief to homeowners who fall within this income, but concerned about making sure we pass property tax measures that are revenue neutral for our budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any follow-up discussion? Seeing none. Any objections or reservations? Noting reservations from Councilmember Tolba? Reservations? Any other reservations? Seeing none. CR 253 has been adopted. Bill 45 has passed second reading. Moving to the bottom of page 9, Councilmember Cordero.
I move that committee report 254 be adopted and Bill 49 pass second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
This relates to real property taxation, providing property tax relief to certain homeowners.
Thank you. I do believe we have one registered testifier, Natalie Wassa.
Thank you, Chair. Council members, Natalie Wassa for the record. I absolutely oppose this. And I don't know, some of you may be surprised by that, but basically this bill would put a cap on assessed values. The percentage is currently blank. The number of years that an owner has to live there is blank. So we really don't know the impact of this. But you know, I read these bills, and I'm a CPA for anybody who doesn't know. I read these bills and I just think of the income tax law. We had a system that wasn't too complex. And gradually we added things in there, and you have to apply for this, you have to send in this. And these bills are requiring way more paperwork for BFS to process, more paperwork for taxpayers to handle, more understanding that they have to go through, more education the city has to go through. And it's coming to the point where are people going to have to hire an expert to handle their real property taxes? I just really wonder, because some of these things are over the top, in my opinion. So this particular bill would help family members who inherit properties. What about all those people who have lived here for decades and still cannot afford to buy a home? This does nothing for them. In fact, it may hurt them, because if they're renting, they're getting higher rent because of their landlord getting higher rent, probably. I don't know how to stress that when you are doing these types of policies, it doesn't just impact the low-income people. It doesn't just impact the homeowners. It impacts the residents who are renting, those who can't afford homes, and those who are trying to buy homes are having a more difficult time. So I ask you to vote no. And I also wanted to let you know, one of the things people ask me, okay, you oppose this, but what do you offer to mitigate that? Revenue enhancement. And my comeback is reduce those exemptions, particularly in that charitable classification. I've asked BFS for a listing of those properties. I will go through there and I will determine for you, because they apparently haven't done it, I will tell you how many are 501c4, how many are 503, 5, 6, not charitable organizations. Because that is important information. They are not charitable, they are business leagues, they are labor unions, they are other organizations that lobby you to keep that exemption in place. That is not good tax policy. Those are my main comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Ms. Iwasa? Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you, Natalie. Thank you for asking for that from BFS. My team asked for something similar to last week, and we're working on that. And I was just wondering your thoughts on the bill relating to us receiving a percentage from the state conveyance tax as well as the state general excise tax that's listed in this bill.
I'm sorry, say that again?
What are your thoughts on the portions of this bill that the ordinance would take effect upon enactment of state law, receiving a percentage of both state conveyance tax as well as state general excise tax that the introducer placed in?
So it wouldn't, I'm sorry, I didn't see that in the bill.
Okay, it just says the ordinance takes effect upon the enactment of state law granting the City and County of Honolulu at least a percentage of the state conveyance tax, and then the next paragraph the next paragraph below that is a percentage of the state general excise
Okay,
tax.
so you folks did something like this on another measure. I forget what it was. You know, basically you're putting the cart before the horse. If that is the intent, if you want the state to submit some part of the conveyance tax to the city, and you know, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I think that makes sense. Then why not do a resolution asking them to do that very same thing? And then once they passed it, then you go through this. You know, to me, it's a little premature.
Thank you, and we would have your support for that, yeah?
Pardon me?
We would have your support for that, yes?
I would support
Thank
that,
you.
yes.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions, members? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers? Bill 49.
Mr. Chair, we have Chun James logged on remotely.
Okay, please proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Aloha. I totally understand where Natalie Iwasa is coming from. Being a CPA and a certified fraud examiner, you know, numbers are important to her, and it should all balance out. And obviously, it's a frustrating thing to see the city, and it's not you per se, but to see government function when things are not, it's so disjointed most of the time. And so I totally understand her frustration and also her good points. I'm actually a little bit more idealistic than Natalie. I like to look at the government in the context that it is just not a tax and spend outfit, that it should have the mindset that it can control costs, it can cut the fat, it can cut the pork, and it can be a lean and organized and disciplined organization. And because I'm testifying, I couldn't respond to you, Chair. I'm not against any lowering of taxes here and there. I'm definitely not against that, but I'm looking at it in a whole context, and I still maintain my premise that if we can control the Honolulu real costs, we can do a lot of nice things, and we can even say, hey, we're not going to increase taxes this year, and kept assessments and whatever it is, but it is disjointed. I totally see that, and I totally understand that. So I'm appreciative that all these property taxes are coming on the table because they're important. And I'm also mindful that because it is a public policy, that we cannot cater to every individual situation. But again, if we can cut the Honolulu real cost, we can do a lot of good things. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers? Please proceed.
Aloha, Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES, wishing to comment. So this is a good proposal. And it's gonna be exemptions of incremental increase limits. So regarding real property tax credits, providing relief for homeowners and taxpayers. Property tax is a major source of income for local governments, but while it helps to fund key critical government services and to operate the infrastructure with the costs, property taxes can be a financial burden for some Americans. On average, the United States households spends around $1,500 on property taxes nationwide. And this is data from fiscal year 2016, according to the 2019 Tax Foundation analysis, although collection amounts vary by region. While local governments generally manage properties and taxes, states typically have some oversight. And when it comes to property tax relief, many states have created programs aimed at easing property tax burdens on homeowners who are eligible. So property taxes are generally based on where you live and the assessed value of your home. Local governments typically assess home values and establish tax rates, issue property tax bills, and collect taxes under guidelines established by the law. And so with property tax relief programs, also called exemptions, release homeowners from paying all or part of the property taxes. So in the eligibility requirements and the application processes, they go through the common property tax exemptions, and also some exemptions reduce and waive property taxes for veterans, those who are disabled, surviving spouses, minor children whose parents have passed away, and homeowners who have made energy efficient home improvements, and also for low income residents. So in the fiscal year 2024, the mayor decided to provide a one-time tax credit starting in July 2023. And the mayor kept the tax credit flat so that people who lived in homes that are not as high in terms of assessment value will get a better benefit than those who live in multi-million-dollar homes. Those who live in multi-million-dollar homes will get a smaller impact. The intention was to help those who are most in need first. So I think this is a really good discussion, and it would be really good to get another PIG hearing, and then also with the HART operations, that's another funding for cities' infrastructure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none. Any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 254 has been adopted. Bill 49 has passed second reading. Moving to the top of page 10 from the Committee on Housing, Sustainability, and Health, Councilmember Wire.
I move that Committee Report 263 be adopted and Bill 38 FD1 CD1 as amended pass second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Wire for the explanation.
To amend the Oahu Watershed Management Plan.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have one person in the chamber and two remotely.
Thank you. Aloha, Mr. Manaku, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. James K. Manaku, Senior, concerned parent, grandparent, great parent. As you know, Mr. Chair, all the watersheds on every island has been used traditionally as a hunting area for not only us here in Hawaii, but for many of the hunters. So I agree, as long as we, they don't use chemicals or pills to eradicate the animals in these areas, and they keep them alive for us. And if they have problems, please notify the people in the area so we can help eradicate them so they don't have problems with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have two persons standing by remotely.
Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Rocky Mold and Ms. Sandy Wong.
They are registered to testify on Bill 40.
Well, and then that would conclude the testifiers.
Okay, members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto.
Aye.
Councilmember Say is excused. Councilmember Talba.
Aye.
Councilmember Tupola.
Aye.
Councilmember Wire.
Aye.
Chair Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 8 ayes, 1 member is absent.
Thank you. CR 263 has been adopted, and Bill 38, FD1, CD1 has passed second reading. Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. I move that Committee Report 264 be adopted and Bill 40, which relates to professional self-certification, pass second reading.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Thank you for the explanation. I believe we do have 2 registered testifiers, Rocky Mould and Sandy Wong. Mr. Mould, are you available?
Chair, Mr. Mould is not logged on.
Okay, is Sandy Wong logged on?
Yes, I'm here, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much. Please proceed.
Yes. Good morning, Chair, members of the council. My name is Sandy Wong. I'm here on behalf of the Hawaii Solar Energy Association. First of all, I want to apologize for Mr. Mo. He's the executive director. He was on earlier but had to leave because he had a prior commitment. We are in support of this bill, and we hope you pass it out. We have been working diligently with DPP. We're expecting to get a tweaked draft when it goes to the Housing Committee again, but I'm here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers? Bill 40.
Mr. Chair, that concludes the testifiers.
Thank you so much. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 264 has been adopted and Bill 40 has passed second reading. Moving to the top of page 11 from the Committee on Housing, Sustainability, and Health, Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. I move that Committee Report 265 be adopted and Bill 41 relating to the public spay and neuter clinic for dogs and cats pass second reading.
Councilmember Kia Aina for the second.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Councilmember Wire for the explanation.
Thank you, Chair. Relating to public spay and neuter clinic.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Chair, we have 1 person in the chamber.
Okay, please proceed.
Aloha, Angela Melody Young, testifying in strong support on behalf of ROAR, Rescue of Animal Rights. So relating to the public spay and neuter clinic for puppies and kittens. So this proposal relates to the administrative costs of operating the neuter clinics. So while the city administers the funding, the Humane Society operates the facilities. And the Humane Society is a primary organizer of clinics that it contracts with to outsource the operations. And the feral cat population crisis is overwhelming to the general public, and it costs valuable city and state resources to manage it. And also, nowadays, the homeless and their dogs are also an important concern. So while male cats are aggressive and they are in heat, male cats will attempt to mate with female cats in heat from as much as 2 miles distance. And female cats reach maturity at around 6 months. The heat cycle starts at this stage or earlier. And female cats can get pregnant as little as 4 to 6 months old. And one mama cat can have 15 kittens in 1 year. So the pregnancy period is very short. It's 3 months versus a human pregnancy period is 9 months. And during breeding season, female cats may go into heat cycles multiple times. And so there is an overpopulation crisis and concern for the city and the state to consider as a public animal welfare concern. So trap and neuter is the only effective and efficient management strategy to mitigate and manage the cats and the puppies. So especially during breeding season, and the cat community has organized efforts to assist with mitigating this concern with very little help from the city and the state, except for the Feline Fix and Neuter Now programs that are operated with the Humane Society in partnership with the city. You know, feral cats and feral dogs are very adoptable. Many people adopt feral cats to train them to be emotional support animals, to provide emotional and mental health to support humans. Also, yeah, okay.
So
Thank
this
you.
bill allows the department to set the rate rather than the council.
Right, with the
Councilmember Tupola?
Thank you so much. Yeah, this specifically is just allowing us to put this in admin rules, and for clarity, it's called Neuter Now is the program, and all Humane Society does is get money from the city and they reimburse if they do it or if other nonprofits do it. So when I began outreach a few years ago to the homeless population in my district, I discovered that our homeless population comes with significant pet population. For many of those individuals, their dogs and their cats are not just pets, they are family members and crucial sources of emotional and mental support. At the same time, many cannot provide adequate care for their pets on the street. In my district alone, hundreds of stray dogs and cats can be found at beach parks along the coast from Kahe Point to Pokai Bay. This is not a good situation for these animals, nor for the community. As a result, I've worked closely with several animal outreach organizations, including the Humane Society, Waianae WAGs, Aloha Animal Outreach. Their work is extensive and they're vital, and they are committed to a passionate but firm solution with the homeless community and their pets. However, these reimbursement rates for spay and neuter services are extremely outdated. This discrepancy forces these organizations to cover the additional expenses themselves. Bill 41 aims to address this issue by allowing the CSD director to adjust reimbursement rates. This will help animal outreach programs get the funds they need to perform more spay and neuter procedures, which are crucial for managing pet populations and keeping the community safe. I'm so grateful to the efforts by our animal outreach organizations and have confidence that this bill will better support their efforts to do more for all of our communities.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 265 has been adopted and Bill 41 has passed second reading. Councilmember Wire, Bill 47.
I move that committee report 266 be adopted and Bill 47 CD1 as amended pass second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Wire for the explanation.
Relating to property taxation.
Okay, thank you. We have two registered testifiers, Natalie Wasa and Jacob Wynack.
Thank you, Chair. Natalie Wasa for the record. I oppose this. It's a very narrow bill. What it does is anybody who is a descendant of somebody who owns a property for at least 50 years, that it would apply to that person if they meet the other restrictions. And some of the other restrictions are that you're not allowed to sell the property in 10 years. It has to be in a special management area. It allows for a minimum tax of $300 per year. But you know, one of the things in this bill that I feel is really unfair is that it has the penalty of 10% plus a rollback. And you know, circumstances change. So, you know, if somebody was eligible for a certain length of time and it wasn't, their application wasn't fraudulent, why aren't you just letting them have that lower tax? I don't understand this, the thought behind this penalty of rollback on the taxes. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't think it's fair. And the other question I had on this was, there's a clause in here that says that to make prospective buyers aware of the notice that the rollback has to be placed, I guess, in the advertisement for sale. And that makes me wonder if the new owner or the buyer then is going to have to pay those rollback taxes. Or how does that work? I mean, are you just notifying buyers so that, oh, that's a Aina Kapuna property and therefore I don't qualify and I'm not gonna buy it? Is that the intent? I don't understand why that's included. This bill would also add complexity to our real property tax system. It adds to the administrative burden, which adds to the cost that all taxpayers must bear, and it doesn't promote tax equity. So I just oppose it, and I'm sure you're going to put it through committee based on your comments earlier. And then I ask you to discuss these questions, because I honestly don't understand why some of these things are in there. So thank you for allowing me to comment.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Ms. Iwasa? Councilmember Wire.
Not so much question, but just wanted to answer Ms. Iwasa's question. So the initial version models Maui's Aina Kupuna tax program, and then at Housing Committee, we made some amendments based on the testimony that we received. And so I definitely, understanding it's gonna, I think, go to budget next, but definitely welcome input on suggestions. I know you'll submit testimony, but feel free to email those to us as well so we can review them and consider them. But I'll also, be deferring to the discussion of budget chair and our committee members and of course our colleagues here. But just wanted to give you a little bit of that history, and I think the larger intent, again, being the requests that have come in from the community and looking at, is this bill maybe able to be structured in a way that better meets the needs of Oahu families, particularly, again, generational homes in areas where maybe we don't contemplate increased development, in the shoreline, in the SMA, as you mentioned, where we want to provide an ability for folks to age in place, understanding that the cost of those properties sometimes have, or not may, but already have skyrocketed, right, because of just the nature of our market. And so I think that's just kind of some of the underlying intent, but open to feedback. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wynick?
Thank you, Council Chair. Thank you, Council, for allowing me to testify. I broadly support the intent of this bill, which is to provide urgently needed property tax relief. Our housing crisis keeps our city unaffordable for far too many. Moving in any direction to provide much needed relief to homeowners, to property owners, is a must, and I look forward to further discussion on this bill so that way we can get it right and get relief out to the people who need it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we also have Chun James registered to speak on this item.
Please proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, thank you. Again, I appreciate all these thoughts and good intents. I think that this dialogue is good because we all know that the property taxes throughout is getting crazy. And I also appreciate intent that if we want to preserve our neighborhoods, keep Hawaii, and to preserve the culture and the many wonderful things about Hawaii, that this is one of the issues that need to be discussed. I just have a couple questions, and one is I'm not quite sure why there's a restriction just to the location to SMA areas, because we know that there are a lot of other families, intergeneration families, that are out of the SMA area. And I do agree with Natalie regarding the rollback. Life happens, and it seems to me that the penalty to be attached to it needs to be looked at. But overall, I again appreciate the conversation about all this cost to our, especially to our long-term and to our Kama'aina families. I have seen it, as my 30 years in real estate, that so many of our local families are being priced out, and that gentrification is hitting them. And having stable families who are not priced out of their house and home is a very important component to our island and to our society. So this needs work, but certainly I appreciate the intent of it all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Also, members, we do have Director Kawano in the gallery if you all have any questions during discussion. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, that concludes the testifiers.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Kiaina, followed by Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. I fully support the intent of this bill to help longtime Kama'aina families who are struggling with home ownership costs to stay in their homes. This is particularly important to me because for the first time, we now have more Native Hawaiians living outside of Hawaii than here at home, due in part to the high cost of home ownership. Native Hawaiians and Kama'aina families should not be constantly forced out of Hawaii, and we must do something to stop the bleeding. But I do share some of the concerns raised by the Department of Budget and Fiscal Services about the potential financial impacts of this bill, particularly related to application of the minimum property tax. I would urge the council to take a more measured approach to the tax amount that carefully weighs the benefits against the potential financial impacts. Along those lines, I continue to believe we need a permitted interaction group to take a careful look at the various tax measures advancing through our committees to ensure that we work together seamlessly for the benefit of our constituents and to take into account the anticipated impacts to our revenues. For this bill in particular, APIG can help confirm our math on the required length of family ownership, the residency requirements in the home and in the city, the trust and corporate forms that can be used to own the home, and who are our intended beneficiaries. Given Hawaii's unique land tenure system, under the current draft, a lot of wealthy families will benefit from this bill, and I don't believe that that is the intent of this bill. That it's gonna, given the cost of the measure, I don't think that as carefully crafted, it is targeted to those who are intended beneficiaries. And those are my concerns, but I clearly support the spirit and look forward to, again, a robust discussion in committee.
Thank you. Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. Well, first, I just wanted to say I'm extremely grateful for that input and do appreciate the dialogue because I think there's probably agreement. Again, I can't speak for our colleagues, but I definitely seem to recognize that at least some folks have an idea of who we're intending and wanting to pay their fair share of property tax and who we're wanting to provide relief to. And so, so I'm open to all ideas. And it really wasn't in jest, I think, when I asked that question of Director Kwano about how high we could take the low income tax credit and modify or do away with other, parts of our tax law, because really that's not saying folks don't pay anything. That's just capping your property tax at 3% of your income, right? And so of course it's gonna vary, obviously, if you make a lot and live in a cheaper condo, it may not even really benefit you that much, right? Because your property tax is already gonna be lower. But just wanted to share that agreement that with this discussion, I'm certainly not of the position that we need to be just giving up revenue. I think I don't suggest or propose any cuts to property tax as a means to give up revenue. I know BFS has its data struggles in terms of being able to provide that, but I'm 100% open to generating revenue by other means, which is, I think, why we're looking at or been talking about the vacancy tax that Chair and Budget Chair introduced. And so just wanted to share that because I think it, just to kind of inform the conversation of where I'm coming from. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kiaina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say is excused. Councilmember Toba?
Aye.
Councilmember Tupola?
Aye.
Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 8 ayes, 1 member is absent.
Thank you. CR 266 has been adopted. Bill 47, CD1 has passed second reading. Moving to the top of page 12, Councilmember Wire.
I move that Committee Report 267 be adopted and Bill 48 CD1 as amended pass second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Councilmember Wire for the explanation.
Relating to real property taxation.
Thank you. We have Natalie Iwasa.
Thank you, Chair. Natalie Wassa for the record. No, I was actually set to support the intent of this bill until I read paragraph I. And if I misunderstand this, please correct me, but paragraph I says, in the event the new owner is not granted a continued dedication, this is when somebody purchases a property that's already been dedicated for long-term residential rental. The dedication will be canceled and the new owner will be subject to the rollback tax under the subparagraph H. To me, that says that that new owner has to pay all the taxes as if they would have been, if it's a residential A, then it would have been the residential A for those prior years. And I was thinking, what are you folks trying to do? I mean, I rent, a lot of people rent, and if they want to buy the home that they are living in that's rented and it happens to be under long-term residential rental, why would you penalize the new owner? Some of these things I just don't understand, and if I'm wrong, please let me know. This bill also would require evidence which is not stated in the bill but would likely include lease documents. Personally, I don't think the city has any business looking at my lease document or any tenant agreement. And according to BFS summary testimony, they said that they were concerned about this bill because it would impact the residential A, and as we all know, residential A brings in a huge amount of taxes to the city. And my question to you folks again is on this: how many residential A properties of the 27,000 that are currently in there, how many are actually occupied by homeowners? I just talked to a neighbor across the street who didn't know for the last 2 years that their property was in residential A. I told them, I said, you could have saved $1,000 alone this year if you had a homeowner's exemption. They had no idea. And the reason they didn't know is because their real property taxes are paid by their mortgage company. And they didn't let them know that they were changed over to a residential A. So how many of these 27,000 properties, how many people are we hurting with this residential A on top of the renters that don't know that they are in residential A? The bill also requires any agreement to be with the owner and the tenant, but what happens if the agreement is with the property manager? I didn't see property manager, property management company in the list of owners. So that's a problem because a lot of rental properties are managed by property management companies. The bill requires a 4-year dedication. I guess that's reasonable. And there was another paragraph. I wasn't sure what the meaning or what the intention is of this, what it means. On paragraph D, it says that the dedication will be effective October 1st of the same calendar year the application is made to, and it applies to the following tax year. So I'm just not sure how that goes with our fiscal year of the taxes. So just a question there. And just one more comment, if I may. Two more. I asked BFS how many rental properties are in the affordable rental classification or dedication, whatever it is. Do you know how many? 0. 0. So I think you folks have to ask yourselves, if you put this into effect, how many are going to apply for it? And I support the idea of a pig. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Iwasa? Seeing none, thank you for your comments. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, that concludes the testifiers.
Okay, members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Kia Aina.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I wanted to thank you for your leadership on this because this bill seeks to increase the availability of long-term rentals by establishing a special tax rate dedication for property owners who rent their properties for at least 12 months, 12-month terms. This is a similar initiative to Bill 27, 2023, which I introduced last year, which would establish a separate classification for long-term rentals. Battling our housing crisis is going to require us to act on many fronts, and I believe that increasing our long-term rental inventory with existing properties is one way to make immediate and meaningful progress. However, Differences in recognizing how long-term rental owners are recognized by our property tax scheme, whether through a separate classification or temporary dedication, is important to consider. And again, I look forward to that dialogue in committee.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Councilmember Tolba.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be voting with reservations. I support our efforts to provide tax incentives to homeowners who use the property for long-term residential rentals. I understand that we would like this bill to move, with Bill 46, the empty home tax, so that both efforts are revenue neutral. I'm voting with reservation, noting concerns of BFS, and I look forward to seeing the results from the BFS consultants regarding the empty homes tax, and seeing how we can find balance with these property tax measures while hopefully increasing our housing and rental supply. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina? Councilmember Okimoto?
Reservations.
Councilmember Say is excused. Councilmember Talba? Councilmember Tupola?
Reservations.
Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 8 ayes, 1 member is absent.
Thank you. CR 267 has been adopted, and Bill 48 CD1 has passed second reading. Moving to the top of page 13, third reading measures from the Committee on Budget. Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 252 be adopted and Bill 36 pass third reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
It authorizes the issuance and sale and specifying certain terms of wastewater system revenue commercial paper of the City and County of Honolulu in an aggregate outstanding principal amount not to exceed $400 million outstanding at any one time for the purpose of refunding all or a part of any outstanding wastewater system revenue indebtedness of the City and County, or paying the costs of any equipment or other improvement authorized pursuant to any capital budget ordinance relating to the wastewater system of the City and County. Authorizing the Director of Budget and Fiscal Services to determine certain terms of such commercial paper, providing for the retirement of the indebtedness to be refunded, and providing for other actions related to the issuance, sale, and delivery of such commercial paper.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to amend?
I move that Bill 36 be amended to the posted FD1.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation of the amendment.
It makes amendments that set forth in the written summary as posted on the agenda.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members are in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations to the amendment? Noting no objections or reservations, Bill 36 has been amended to the posted FD1. Now we're in discussion on the posted FD1, members. Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina? Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say is excused. Councilmember Talba? Aye. Councilmember Tupola?
Aye.
Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 8 ayes, 1 member is absent.
Thank you. CR 252 has been adopted, and Bill 36 FD1 has passed third reading. From the Committee on Zoning, Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Thank you, Chair. I move that Committee Report 260 be adopted and Bill 39 CD1 as amended pass third reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam for the explanation.
This relates to building permits by removing affidavit requirements for building permit applications.
Thank you. We have one registered testifier, Jacob Wynick.
Thank you, Council Chair and City Council, for allowing me to testify. I strongly support the intent of this bill to make it easier to build necessary housing to alleviate our housing shortages. Over the past several years, this council has taken commendable action to reduce the permitting backlog, to address shortcomings in our permitting system that have made it cumbersome and Byzantine. This is continued progress in the right direction to streamline and make more efficient and effective our permitting system, and I'll continue to support all of these efforts as they move forward. Thank you for your leadership on this.
Thank you. Any further testimony? Angela Melody Young, please proceed.
Aloha, Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES in strong support. So as developers have mentioned, the permitting process is very time consuming. So this proposal is good because it helps with the permitting process for developers, right? So for example, for construction of a 1 or 2 family dwelling, multifamily dwelling, these will not need a duly notarized affidavit confirming that it's in compliance with restrictive covenants. So restrictive covenants is, for example, like a homeowners association's rules. So you have the federal, state, local government building standards, right, and their permitting processes. So for example, the housing, urban, and development standards, and then the state and the county standards, and then you also have restrictive covenants, which are homeowner association rules. So when you have all these rules and standards, and the developer has to get to each of these standards and do the permitting process, it's very burdensome. So when you can try to like alleviate some of the permitting process, then it's a faster building time.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do you have any other testifiers?
That concludes the testifiers.
Thank you. Members were in discussion.
Chair.
Councilmember Tupola.
Yeah, thank you for introducing this on behalf of the department, and I'm glad we got to this point. You know, it's going to make our processing, permit processing smoother, cut down on delays. You know, we used to require the affidavits to make sure that nothing was getting issued if they had a notice of violation, liens, or fines. But now that we have a new software, which we've all been talking about, and now it's been implemented, now the software can actually spot that, flag it, and no permit will be issued. So I'm glad that we're trying to do the right thing, for especially for people that are following the law and trying to get their homes built so that more local families can live here for generations to come. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam? Aye. Councilmember Kia Aina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say is excused. Councilmember Talba? Councilmember Tupola?
Aye.
Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 8 ayes, 1 member is absent.
Thank you. CR 260 has been adopted, and Bill 39, CD1, has passed third reading. Moving to page 14 from the Committee on Budget, Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 256 and Resolution 24-197 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
Resolution urges the city administration to investigate the establishment of a Compensation Plus program or similar accountable reimbursement plan for officers and employees of the Honolulu Police Department.
Thank you so much. I believe Peter Luke is here. Welcome. Please proceed.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Peter Luke for Resolution 24-197. Again, thank you. Interestingly, I want to divert a little bit from this. I've been sitting here watching and listening to all the testimony for all the different bills and resolutions, and it seems that we're always searching for money everywhere. Everyone needs more money. Everyone needs to have a comfortable life here. They can't pay for things. Things are tough. The resolution that I am supporting this morning and testifying for has to do with out-of-pocket expenses that the police officers incur right now in the course of doing their jobs. Unfortunately, tax law right now says that they cannot write off any of those expenses. The only way they can take advantage and save the taxes on that is if there is what's called a reimbursable expense plan implemented through the payroll office. Now, let me make this very, very clear. The contract that we have is not with the city, it is with SHOPO. But it is and does need to go through the payroll system that the city has. We are currently talking with Director Kawano's department, trying to answer some questions that he might have. This program has already been vetted by the police department's finance division. All the references have been talked to, everything's been cleared. and everything is ready to go. But we want to make sure that we're as transparent as possible. This saves their money. Let's be clear about this. This is their money, not the city's money, not the taxpayers' money. It's their money we're saving them the taxes on. That's all. But it will increase their net pay, and that's important to realize. We've been working on this for over 5 years. Been talking to all the different departments, and it's time to move on this. Everyone in this room is a smart person. If we're going to increase their net pay and it's taken us 5 years, you can calculate, use any numbers you like, how much more that would increase their take-home pay and what impact that has on disposable income. And again, it's not the city's money, it's their money. We strongly urge that this be passed and adopted and moved quickly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, members. Any questions for Mr. Luke? Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. I just wanted to follow up on the conversations you said you're having with Budget and Fiscal Services and just check if any of those conversations have been recent since the last committee meeting where the reso was heard, or was there any?
We have been in contact with Director Kawano's office. We're trying to set up a meeting. He's asked for some things that we are willing to show him and discuss with him. We feel that we have all the answers that he's looking for. We just need to meet with him in his payroll office.
Okay.
This is not a difficult thing to implement. We do this on the private sector now. We do this in the state. We are able to do this with teachers now. We just want to meet with his folks and show them how it's set up through payroll.
Mahalo. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have Mr. Roger McKeague standing by remotely.
Okay. Mr. McKeague, are you there? Please proceed.
I am. Good morning. Good morning, Chair and Council members. I'm Roger McKeague, standing here in strong support. Pretty much repeating what Mr. Luke has said, that this plan will permit employees to use their contract plan that SHOPO's already entered with CP Plus, so that they could pay those out-of-pocket business expenses without being taxed on it on their paychecks. As Mr. Luke mentioned, we will continue to work with Mr. Kawano and his team to smooth out any questions. Also, I wanted to just say that, it really, in my opinion, isn't fair when employees are having to pay for out of their paycheck and get taxed on it, and then they buy things for work. So this actually makes it better for them. And so all I want to say is I strongly support encouraging this work to move forward and strongly support this resolution today. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Mr. McKeague? Seeing none, I believe Angela Melody Young wanted to say a few words succinctly.
Aloha, Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES, wishing to comment. So this resolution requests to consider the proposal of a creation of a compensation tax program. So I will repeat this as I've said in the specific committee, just in case people were not paying attention or didn't process this entirely. So in other professions, teachers who can't write off school supplies or mechanics who have to buy their own tools, right? So they need a financing structure to balance out for example, healthcare expenses, right? So the general public can ask, what's the goal with a compensation tax program? The funding can be for eligible healthcare expenses such as early screening for cancer / living wages. And the city should explore this funding option to support officers because the cost of living and supply chain concerns since COVID-19 is a public concern. And while the exact compensation program may not be the best structure, it can be mandated, right, with collaboration and partnership with the labor offices to discuss how to legislate an original funding structure.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify on Resolution 24-197? Seeing none. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, I wanted to ask Director Kawano. I know we had testimony presented today, so just wanted to check if that's BFS's understanding as well, or if in their mind or in your mind you're still waiting for documentation from the testifiers, or if there's a meeting that was going to be suggested.
Yeah, so Andy Kawano, Director of Budget and Fiscal Services. So currently, I've received 2 emails to meet. There hasn't been any shared documentation yet, and the request for the meeting is limited to myself and our Deputy Director for Budget and Fiscal Services. So it's a smaller meeting. I don't believe the concept is a bad one, but we want to understand what the obligations of city are, what our administrative burdens will be to carry out the program, and whether or not we'll be held harmless if there are tax issues that come up, you know, that have to be addressed with the IRS, and so on and so forth. So that's where we're coming from, and we don't have enough information at this time to recommend to move forward.
Okay, appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure everyone was on the same page, and so it sounds like you're saying that is kind of in the intention is to have a continued meeting. No definite position's been reached. There's no outstanding requests of the testifiers, but there may be additional questions or data that's sought as the conversation continues. Is that a fair?
Yeah, there's still going to have to be significant sharing of information for us to get to the comfort level to make a determination to move forward.
Okay.
We're not at that point yet.
Okay, mahalo, Director. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Director Kawano. You know, your testimony had a lot of information in it, and grateful for the input that you gave. But for those who maybe weren't able to see it, I just wanted to ask you if you could share in summary what your greatest concerns are with the measure before us, because we're not trying to not support our law enforcement. We understand that they, just like many teachers, use their own resources. But when I looked into it, I would assume it looks like it would be like the flex spending, but it's not. So if you could quickly just share from your testimony what you had put in there.
I'll just talk in layperson's terms because I'm not a tax attorney, but it looks and feels like the flex plan that the city currently has. With regard to the flex plan, you put into the plan, you use it for qualified medical expenses, let's say, or childcare expenses. The goal is to spend everything you put into your account. If you don't spend it all, you lose it. That's the city's plan. So you don't get back anything remaining. With regard to CP Plus, we're not sure as to what happens with any remaining funds. Is it forfeited, or does the police officer keep the extra funds? If they keep the extra funds, there's a high probability that it's taxable income at that time, that amount remaining. We want to understand that. And the reason why is at that time it happens, there's a high potential that not enough payroll tax would have been withheld. So who's going to be responsible to do all that work to go back, reconcile, determine if payroll taxes are due, and file all the necessary, returns, make payments that are needed, and all of that. So that's one thing. The second thing that has happened, and this is just our administration, as the gentleman testified earlier, they've been talking to the city for 5 to 6 years. So this program has been introduced to the prior administration, as well. But we went into COVID and it fell upon us. We have not seen a demo of the platform and how it works. And when I say demo, we don't mean static PowerPoint pictures of what goes on. We want to actually see how the program works for how it would work with the city system. So perhaps they can show us how the program works for another client, maybe one of the charter schools that they do work for. My understanding is that DOE has not accepted the product. They may be providing their service and product to perhaps one, or maybe another, maybe 2 charter schools. So it hasn't been widely dispersed within the state of Hawaii. That's my understanding. They can correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
And the third thing is holding the city harmless, because we're not a part of the contract. So again, what's our obligations? Are we indemnified if something goes wrong that we're not responsible for? That's what we understand.
Okay,
So those
thank
are
you.
three big things, yeah.
And thank you for sharing. And in your testimony, you had, I think I read that the department would then be responsible to contract or to find the source to run this program. Would this program be subject to procurement and then require a minimum of 3 bidders?
Well, we're not a part of the contract currently, so it hasn't gone through procurement. So if we need to secure services, if we determine after completing our research that we need to secure services to augment what we have, we cannot cover what we have through employees. That would be the primary approach. Yes, we would have to go through procurement if we have to do that.
And then are you familiar with any companies currently? I know you said that you're not under, but I'm trying to get to the point where
In
if it's not
terms
somebody else, is it
of a
us, the
local
BFS?
client base, I don't have that information currently. All I know is that there may be 1, possibly 2 charter schools that have implemented.
And then if BFS is not able to or cannot find a responsible bidder, would then the department be responsible to take on the program and the project?
Well, we have a program in place already.
And then the staffing that would be required for that, that's outside of what your current scope is? Or
Currently, it's outside of our scope because we're not a part of the contract. Yeah, I'd leave it at that, yeah.
would you need to then acquire extra personnel? Or if you become a part of the contract, would that be something that you could do currently, or it would require additional?
That's what we're trying to determine, and more likely than not, we're going to need more staffing to do it right.
Do you have an idea of how many full-time personnel or that you would need?
We don't at this time. But
Okay.
yeah, we do know it'll create an administrative burden on us.
Thank you, Director Kawano. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions for Director Kawano? Councilmember Tupola?
Not any questions, but they can go, and when he's done, then I'll have comment.
Okay, Councilmember Wire.
Just discussion, so no questions.
Okay, no questions for Director Kawano? Okay, we're in discussion. Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you so much, Chair. I appreciate the director being here, and I actually have seen this presentation multiple times. I do think that anything we can do to assist and make officers and that occupation more appealing so that more people want to join, that there's actually benefits. I mean, the cost of what officers pay out of pocket is substantial. And again, there are some reimbursements on the HPD side for some items, but not for everything. So I think that it would help officers save tens of thousands of dollars. I think I definitely disagree with some of the things said by Director, but I do think I agree with one thing. I have not seen the demo either. So I know for a fact it's not going to cost us money. It's definitely a seamless procedure, but I think to his point, and I actually talked with HPD about this as well, until that, even the charter school one that they're doing, until that's seen and that there is like kind of an ease in how the operation goes, then I think the conversation will progress. So I think both sides, thank Director Kawano for taking the meetings, and of course people for presenting it and giving an option to our public services, like those who service the public like officers. I mean, there is so much more that they do than people know. So anytime we can help them financially, I think that's what we should do. So I hope that there is a demo forthcoming for everyone. I mean, even for us, I think that would be good for us to see, because we can't sometimes wrap our heads around what it would take to implement such a HR tool. But I know SHOPO's in support. I know HPD is as well. But I think with that little bit of connection, we may move forward on something great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, I would just echo that, and just the sentiment that really the resolution is encouraging a conversation. And I think we all benefit the more we talk through some of the concerns and questions that we have on any issue. And it seems like there is some misunderstanding on both sides about what is needed to be shown or provided. So I'm glad the conversation is going forward. And really, I think it's just about looking at ways we can improve the quality of life for our city workers, in this case, our first responders, our police officers. But I think any opportunity that we have to potentially improve the quality of life for any city worker, we should seriously look at it. And so appreciate the discussion. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Councilmember Kia Aina.
Similar to my, my position in the committee, I will be voting no.
Okay. Any other objections? Seeing none, noting the objection of Councilmember Kia Aina, CR 256 and Resolution 24-197 has been adopted. Moving to the bottom of page 14, Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 257 and Resolution 24-205 be adopted.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
This relates to the transfer of funds for the Honolulu Police Department.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
We have one person in the chamber, Mr. Chair.
Okay, please proceed.
Aloha, City Council, Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES in strong support of the transfer of funds for the Honolulu Police Department. So the transfer of funds will go to supporting our officers so that they will be equipped for funding for the Office of the Chief of Police and the Peer Support Unit and the Investigations Team, as well as the Special Field Operations, which operates the LEAP program, the Law Enforcement Explorers program for high school students to do training if they're getting prepared to go into a career of very dark, disturbing, violent things that happen in our society. So yeah, I think we're going to strengthen the Honolulu Police Department program, so in strong support of the transfer of funds.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have no other testifiers.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 257 and Resolution 24-205 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 15, Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 258 and Resolution 24-206 be adopted.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the
This
explanation.
approves a grant of easement to the Hawaiian Electric Company Incorporated for electrical purposes serving the Honolulu Rail Transit Project over, under, through, and across a portion of real property located at 1819 Dillingham Boulevard, Honolulu, Hawaii 96819, TMK 120030016.
Thank you so much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 258 and Resolution 24-206 has been adopted. Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 259 and Resolution 24-207 CD1 as amended be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
This approves a,
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
Thank you. This approves a grant of easement to Hawaiian Electric Company Incorporated for electrical purposes serving the Honolulu Rail Transit Project over, under, through, and across a portion of real property located at 533 Ka'ahi Street, Honolulu, Hawaii 96817, tax map key 115007023.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, I have one person in the chamber.
Okay, please proceed.
Aloha, Angela Melody Young, testifying in strong support on behalf of CARES of the Hawaiian Electric Company resolution and as it relates to the HART train, because it's very important infrastructure for our city's operations.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 259 and Resolution 24-207 CD1 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 16 from the Committee on Zoning, Councilmember Dos Santos Town.
Thank you, Chair. I move that Committee Report 261 and Resolution 24-202 CD1 as amended be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Dos Santos Town for the explanation.
This amends Resolution 22-226 CD1 to extend the deadline for the commencement of construction of the Kalema'o Village Affordable Rental Housing Project in Neva Beach, Oahu.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have no registered testifiers, one person in the chamber.
Please proceed.
Aloha, Angela Melody Young, testifying in strong support of the joint venture and the development project in Eva Beach District to extend the due date for the commencement of the construction process. So the project will support affordable housing development in Fort Weaver Road in the Eva Beach District, serving households below 60% average median income. And this development will enhance the lives of the community members based on the guidelines of the Eva Beach Development Plan. So if you read the plan, it's 270-something pages, amended in 2020 and adopted. The plan goes into supporting the district and other communities and the island by balancing housing pressures while encouraging commercial, higher education, industrial, and resort jobs in Kapolei, the secondary urban center, and while protecting prime agriculture lands for diverse farm production. So the project—
Chair, can you call for a recess?
Okay, thank you, members. I believe we resolved it. Plus, we're not a remote meeting, so we can proceed with, even if we lost audio-visual. Thank you very much, Angela Melody Young. Mr. Clerk, do we have any further testimony on Resolution 24-202 CD1?
Mr. Chair, that concludes the testifiers that we have.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 261 and Resolution 24-202 CD1 has been adopted. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Thank you, Chair. I move that Committee Report 262 and Resolution 24-204 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam for the explanation.
This resolution authorizes the Director of the Department of Design and Construction of the City and County of Honolulu or the Director's authorized representative to sign the intergovernmental agreement between the Department of the Army and the City and County of Honolulu, represented by the City's Department of Design and Construction for the Wailupe Stream Watershed Hawaii study, and authorizing the Department of Budget and Fiscal Services Director to expend funds relating to said project.
Thank you very much. I believe we have two registered testifiers, Hansen and Memo Rego and Chris Kramer. Well, that would actually be three. Is Mr. or Mrs. Rego, available?
Present.
Hi, please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be testifying on behalf of myself and Memo regarding strongly supporting this resolution with studies why Wailupe Stream flooding in 2018 caused substantial damages and near loss of life at that time, and how to prevent it in the future. I'd like to, however, this morning, because I've already submitted written testimony, address certain concerns and comments opposing the resolution. First of all, there are comments that maintenance has not and will not, or will work. That's been the comment. It will work, but clearly maintenance has not and will not work in Wailupi Stream. We've lived on the stream for over 30 years. Maintenance of Wailupi Stream has been non-existent for decades. Today, I understand there's less than 10 persons to maintain the entire island of Oahu for all the streams. And quite frankly, on Wailupi Stream, it's only been done once in the 5.5 years since the flooding itself. Therefore, maintenance itself needs to be studied, whether or not it really works, as a couple comments have said. We believe that maintenance happened in 2017, a year within the April 2018 flood. And if that's true, according to the city records, that shows proof enough that maintenance of the stream is insufficient to prevent flooding. Second, a study is needed of the 2018 flood because no study has been done. Why has this happened? We don't know the hydraulics of the problem and what would be the possible solution. Third, the resolution need not be amended, as a couple of persons have commented, because, as we know, the agencies involved, city, state, and federal, must look at the existing environmental laws. The resolution is broad enough to study, these agencies to study and present all the options to the council and the community. Finally, comments or photographs of the area was sent to the council. And quite frankly, those are areas, Makai of Kalanianiole Highway, showing people fishing. There was no flooding there in April 2018. The area of Wailupi flood there is also privately owned, not owned by the city, which owns the rest of the stream. Perhaps another good reason for the study to go forward as is. The flooding in April 2018 actually occurred Maka of Kalanianiole Highway, where Wailupi Stream is narrower and substantially less deep. Now, no one is traveling there.
If I can ask you to please wrap up your testimony.
Yes. I just wanted to say that these are all good reasons why to update the previous study, which is now nearly 20 years old. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Chris Kramer.
Yes, aloha Chair Waters and council members. Just wanted to comment as also a resident on the stream and also totally support Uncle Anson and his concerns. But I just would like to ask that this resolution include the fishing community and Native Hawaiian community, that this is the icebox, that stream. We've seen the destruction that's happened, but we don't want to throw everything out and destroy the stream like has been done all the other streams in Honolulu Bay. You look everywhere, they're getting rid of these dams, and they're certainly not going backwards in time and trying to cement streams anymore. I mean, that's 1950s and stuff. So, but there's confidentiality clauses in this resolution. There's nothing that says that ocean users and Native Hawaiian community and fishermen be a part of this. It's an agreement between the Army and the city. So that leaves out the people that are most affected. So I would ask that this be amended. Also, at the same time, we saw, I watched this mountain of water coming from the roadway and went through our home, through our property, and then and destroyed a big section of the stream wall. And then the city approved a monster home right where that destroyed section was, and they got 2 more on the way. So building in the setback is something that needs to be addressed before you're looking at these other options, you got to use common sense, which is not approving development right in the stream setback. It's basic common sense.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Aloha Helani Sonola Pale. Please proceed.
Sit again, like that? Okay. Mahalo. Thank you. Sorry for not signing up. My name is Helani Sonora Pale. I am with Pu'uhonua o Wailupe. We are a Native Hawaiian Kanaka Maoli organization that has been doing a lot of work in regards to preservation of cultural spaces and our iwi kupuna in the valley of Wailupe. I wanted to just share my concerns about this resolution as well. We all remember the ALOHA flood mitigation project. That was a fiasco. Their plans was to build, the Army Corps of Engineers actually wanted to build football field large size dams in 3 of our main streams that went into Waikiki, and did not at all involve the community or Native Hawaiian input. And we, as a Native Hawaiian organization that is recognized by the Department of Interior, we have been working in this valley. We have not been asked our opinion about this project, and we feel that Chris is right, that there should be Native Hawaiian consultation on this project. We cannot trust the Army Corps of Engineers. And also I wanna say one more thing. If we do cement that stream, it's going to affect our aquifer. The best ways to recharge our aquifer is for streams to flow from Mauka to Makai naturally. I live in Kuli'o'o. The stream there is cemented. It stinks. We have an issue with ducks. I understand the issues. I understand the risks, and I understand that this is really an issue that is on the top of the minds of the community members in Wailupe, but there are other ways to address this issue, and you need to look outside of the box, and we cannot put our trust in the Army Corps of Engineers. Really look at what happened with the Alawai Canal issue when they tried to mitigate the flood risk there. Mahalo.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify? Please come forward. Aloha, if you could state your name for the record.
Aloha mai kako. I'm Kimmer Horson. I'm a resident of Ewa Beach, and I've been in Hawaii a resident since 2008. I'm voting in opposition to the bill to build over the stream. I'm supporting this organization. I'm part of the Kukia'i Oahu. I'm part of Oahu Water Protectors. I am also Native American. I am from the Navajo and Iroquois Nations. My clan is Turtle. Very supportive of my relatives here, the water clans, the water, the streams, the ocean, the freshwater, Taro, the patch here. We need to protect our water. The military, for some reason, does not consider, the Army Corps of Engineers does not consider the land. All they consider is war. This would not happen in Germany. I was stationed in Germany, and the Germans would have, what do you call that, when they deport us? They would have deported us, soldiers, if we didn't clean up any of our bullets or anything like that. So it's ridiculous. I don't know why Hawaii is so behind, and why we don't put more pressure on the military, and why at the state level, at all levels. But it is an illegal occupation, and that's what the United States does. They go around and pick fights with people and ruin the environment. Kukia'i water. Mahalo.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify? Seeing none, do we have the Director of Design and Construction? Hello, Director. Could you explain to the community what this resolution does?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Council members, I'm Haku Millis. I'm the Director for the Department of Design and Construction. We kind of discussed it briefly, but this project where it stands right now is even before the planning effort. The project that we're working to right now with the Army Corps is to move into a planning portion so that we can engage the community and focus on what the scope of work should be and what the focus should be in mitigating potential flood hazards. We weren't, unfortunately, able to be joined by the Army Corps in the committee meeting, but they are very happy to be here today. If I may introduce Michael Salyer from the Hawaii State District to talk a little bit more about the concerns. They were fortunate to listen in, if I may.
Yes, please.
Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Salyer. I'm the Chief of Public and Civil Works for Honolulu District, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Very grateful to be here today. We have been listening, my staff has been listening for the concerns on the Waialupe project. The Corps has evolved a lot over 20-something years, actually over probably 120-something years. We're very grateful to be here today. We're here to show a support with our partners to try to advance, to get into this study with a feasibility cost share agreement and to work with the local communities. I think that's very important. We've sat here and we've listened to some of the concerns here in this room, and I would mirror them. And the Corps is working hard to include our Native Hawaiian organizations and all of the stakeholders and the local residents that we think is very important to be a part of that process. So thank you for having us here today.
Well, thank you for being here today. But just to clarify, what this resolution does is authorizes a cost sharing between the city and the Army Corps to conduct a study to mitigate the hazards of flood, correct? Oh, okay.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And you give us your commitment that you'll work with the community and let them participate meaningfully in the study when determining what is the appropriate thing to do with Waialupe Stream, right?
Yes, sir, that is paramount to having this study and this project go forward.
Appreciate that very much.
Yes, sir.
Members, any follow-up questions? Councilmember Tupola.
Hi, aloha, thank you for being here. I guess my question is when do you talk to the community? So I know this is a study that's gonna show it and you said you guys are willing to work. I think just for clarity, is it before, during, after, and then in what ways does that happen? Is it just emails, calls, or is there a community meeting you convene? Just for my own clarification.
Yes, ma'am, that's a fair question. As soon as we sign the agreement, we're able to tackle it with some resources. We'll be putting together an extensive outreach and communication plan. Getting straight to your question, that communication would occur before, as soon as we get going, during and on afterwards, all along that study process until we get into assuming what the outcome is. We'll get into some possible design and construction options.
When you say extensive outreach, do you mean like via mailers, postcards, or you mean knocking doors, or how do you do your outreach?
Well, we have some professionals that deal specifically with outreach, and many of those folks are locals. And it will, as we get the team together, we will develop a communication and outreach strategy of which we'll start meeting with community members who will further identify other members that will be important to be a part of that process.
Do you already have everyone's contact here that stood up?
We will obtain those contacts.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you. And just to follow up, please keep me in contact because I can reach out to the community and host community meetings as well. Members, any follow-up questions for Army Corps or Department of Design and Construction? Seeing none, thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 262 and Resolution 24-204 has been adopted. And I will keep in contact with you folks to make sure that they include the community. Members, turning to the top of page 17 from the Committee on Planning and the Economy, Councilmember Kia Aina.
I move that Committee Report 270 and Resolution 24-151 CD1 as amended be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution approves and authorizes the conveyance of the former Kalaheo Elementary School property in Kailua, Oahu to the State of Hawaii Department of Hawaiian Homelands in furtherance of the intent of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act and to honor the legacy of Prince Jonah Kuhio Kalaniana Ole, which includes his role in establishing the counties of the state of Hawaii.
Thank you. I believe we have two registered testifiers, starting with David Pound, followed by LeGrand Pound. Hello and welcome.
Hey, good morning, Council. Thank you, Chair. I wish to address the Council this morning. I've been a Hillside resident for over 21 years there, own a home there, have for a long time, raised my family there. I oppose the resolution that is currently written, and there's two reasons why. First of all, there's no logical reason to adopt this resolution before the conduct of due diligence surveys on the part of the city and DHHL have been completed, provided to citizens and homeowners for us to review and comment further. These are our homes, and there is going to be a lack in this resolution of explicit protections for homeowners that abut or are downslope from the site. We will be impacted. You can guarantee that. You can go look at our testimony that we've provided, because you're going to start disturbing that clay soil up there that is predominantly what is you're going to put homes on. So I want to ask a question to the council members today. Have you seen the 20+ written testimonies that we have provided, the citizens that live there? We have provided extensive, documented at all the meetings, and yet only one question has ever been asked of the community residents to include those who are geologists and civil engineers. But we've had plenty of questions and comments from unelected city and state officials and commercial providers, but yet we're provided 1 minute to testify and no one has come back to us and asked us a question. So in conclusion, Mr. Chair, what I'd like to propose and my recommendation to the committee and to the council is to return this to committee. Make 3 very simple modifications to the resolution that could further assure the Hillside residents and homeowners, the citizens, that you are listening to what we are saying to you, that you want to ensure that these are being protected, the homes there, our life savings into this, and I thank you for your time and your consideration. I stand by, again, for any questions or comments from the council.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Mr. Pound? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Pound. Is the Grand Pound available? Hello and welcome.
Sorry. Hi, I'm LeGrand Pound. I'm coming here. That was my husband just before, so I'll try not to repeat everything that he said. You know, we've been living there quite a long time. The first thing I would like to say is that Councilwoman Kiana has done an outstanding job. She has come to our meetings that we've had in the neighborhood, and she has listened to everybody, and she has implemented things. I can't say thanks enough. The only other thing we'd like to add to the resolution is that we can look at it and have like 90 days, because so many people work that you just, it's hard to get them together. If we could look at it when the soil studies come in and see what was done. Soon as we heard this was going to happen, a lot of us went out and started talking to civil engineers. As you've heard, the devastation to our houses is just immense. It'll make you cry to listen to these people talk about it. But that's all we want is once they come back with the soil study, because they're only doing 4 samples, and everything that we've found they should be doing 10 to 20. That's sorry. Anyway, so I appreciate your time.
No,
but if we could look at that, that'd be all we're asking for. Everything else she's given to us, so high marks.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Mrs. Pound? Seeing none. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify? Please proceed. If you'd like, make a line coming up to my left. Hello and welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I spent hours last night looking at the testimony on this bill, and I cannot believe you're even thinking of moving forward on this. It's so documented that that site is going to be a liability for decades. I have no interest in this. But if you did not read the testimony that was submitted, you're dereliction of your job. This should never move forward. The liability that's going to be placed on future county governments is going to be massive. I compare it to Palos Verdes in Los Angeles. For decades, the hill has been slipping. If you read the testimony, these people that own homes there, it's going to be devastating for them. I suggest that you put this on hold and not move forward. Thank you very much. And also, just one point, I think on September 23rd, there's going to be a premiere of a new TV show called High Surf. It was filmed on the North Shore. We need everybody to support that. It's the only local production going on the island right now. And we need people to view it so it gets renewed and provides jobs for our local people. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Angela Melody Young.
Okay, so it's my turn. Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES in support of the elementary school property and the conveyance to DHHL. The intent is to honor the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. And so the concerns that were brought up by the community about the shrinking clay, and then also the soil disturbance. It causes unstable environmental quality. So the disturbance is not a firm foundation to build upon. And so therefore, I concur with the community that there should be more scrutiny towards the environmental quality of the soil disturbance if you're going to build something.
Thank you. Sir, please proceed. Can you state your name for the record?
Hello. My name is Win Miyamoto. I'm a resident of the Kalaheo Hillside community, and I live adjacent to the property in question. And I am opposed to the resolution as currently written. I agree with everything that the Pounds have said previously. I also feel like there also needs to be more make sure that there's accountability in case anything does happen. I mean, if it's with the city or with DHHL, in case there's any damages done to our existing properties, or there needs to be some type of accountability for that. Also, I am not in favor of the city maintaining ownership of the roads and taking responsibility for design and construction of the road and utilities, because it's a very large financial responsibility that's currently not afforded to anybody else, any other agencies, any other developers. And I just feel like DHHL should handle all of that and turn everything back over to the city for maintenance, but just not construction and design.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify? Seeing none, members, somebody's raising their hand. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we have several registered testifiers remotely.
Please proceed. Aloha, welcome. Please proceed.
This is Bill Hicks, Chairman of the Neighborhood Board. I'd like to offer comments on the application of written testimony. I want to emphasize the importance of resolution clauses requiring due diligence by both DHHL and the city prior to conveyance. Kalaheo hillside land is composed of a type of clay that is unstable. The concern is that it would not be helpful to the Department of Homelands to acquire this particular Kalaheo hillside property if it's not suitable for housing and only brings additional liability. A new geotechnical study prior to conveyance is needed to assess this. The testimony of 13 Kalaheo hillside property owners about expensive and recurring repairs was belly, broken house foundations, destroyed retaining walls, severed sewer pipes, and frequent drywall repairs, sometimes on an annual basis, were described. Many have spent well over $100,000 for repairs. Therefore, the Kailua Neighborhood Board passed a resolution requesting a new geotechnical study and also, prior to construction, surveys assessing existing conditions of homes abutting the construction parcel. There's broad support for the Department of Hawaii and Homelands developing residences in Hawaii, Kailua, but there's concern about this particular property, therefore the importance of those provisions that do exist in the resolution.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the chair of the Kailua Neighborhood Board? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, is there any other remote testifiers?
Yes, sir. We have Corbett Kalama registered.
Aloha Kamoa, please proceed.
Maino e ka'ahani nui ha mai ka'ola I kamalu e nā kupuna. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for the gift of life. You know, we walk in the shadows of everything that came before us, and my family has been here for generations, pre-statehood, pre-territory, and I watched. I grew up in a 900 square foot home on Kailua Beach. The property was eventually taken through eminent domain to make a park. I'm coming here in support of the resolution as presented. I've watched Hawaiian families that grew up in the area be displaced because of developments, like the Kalaheo Hillside development from 1953 on. So while I can somewhat empathize with the comments that are made of protecting an asset, there are many families of generations that have not had the opportunity to even live in this place that we call home. And so I support the resolution as presented. I do think through it. I'm not an engineer, but I've grown up working with Hawaiian Homelands, and it seems to me that every time a Hawaiian Homelands project comes up in an area where there was development, the existing people living in the community forget that there were once a group of people that lived there. And so I just ask you to open up your minds and your hearts and understand that this space that you call home is also their home. And so I just hope that we can work through this, but I do stand to support this resolution moving forward.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Mr. Kalama? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Kalama. Mr. Clerk, are there any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have one person in the chamber. That's all the video conference testifiers we have registered.
Thank you. Aloha, please state your name and please proceed.
Ano aike aloha kako. My name is Bronson Azama. I'm hail from District 3, actually, from one of the neighboring ahupua'as of He'eia. I'll speak in support. Normally, I do sympathize for the ecological concerns and the needs for environmental assessments, but also trust in the due diligence of people that are from the place as well when it comes to the best practices and making sure the safety of those kanaka who are also going to be living in those homes if there are homes developed for the future. You know, Hawaii historically has had bad development when it comes in mind with the how we best integrate ourselves into the environment. But if there's any particular group of leadership and people to trust, I would honestly trust with council members' due diligence, and then have faith with DHHL, as well as the faith of our community, knowing that we come from a very ecologically mindful community of Ko'olaupoko, and have strong advocates for such. Yeah, mahalo nui.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify today on this matter? Seeing none. Members, we're in discussion. I do want to point out that I do see the Director of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands is here and available for questions. So members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Kia Aina.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for all those who have testified, both in person as well as online. Members, as I stated before, I introduced this measure for several reasons: to further the intent of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act for the city residents that are Hawaiian homeland beneficiaries, and to recognize the important contributions that the city and county of Honolulu can have in support of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. And of course, this measure is to also honor the legacy of Prince Jona Kuhio-Kalanianaole, who played a role in establishing the counties of the state of Hawaii, as well as the Hawaiian Homelands Program. This measure would authorize the conveyance of 10 acres of vacant surplus residentially zoned land at the former proposed Kalaheo Elementary School site to the State of Hawaii Department of Hawaiian Homelands. The city intends to convey the land to the department to develop single-family homes for its Native Hawaiian beneficiaries, consistent with the character and scale of the current homes in the area. I want to thank the members of the Kalaheo Hillside community and the Kailua Neighborhood Board for their feedback and engagement on this resolution. Their mana'o resulted in additional provisions at our last hearing that clarify that the conveyance of the Kalaheo site to DHHL is for the development of single-family homes. It provides that DHHL would need to conduct due diligence prior to conveyance to determine the suitability of the site for the proposed development, including preparation of a preliminary engineering report detailing utility and infrastructure availability, topography, soils, physical constraints, and access restrictions, and other pertinent information. It also provides that the city will also need to conduct its own due diligence prior to conveyance, including evaluation of the potential impacts of the proposed development to the surrounding neighborhood, such as impacts to traffic and infrastructure, as well as a survey of any existing soil-related damage to the homes abutting the site. Pending the results of the due diligence studies done on the property, I hope that this effort results in a clearer understanding of the opportunities that the city-owned land has to offer, and I look forward to the next steps. I did want to thank the Blangiardi administration, both the managing director's office, as well as the Director of Housing and the Director of Budget and Fiscal Services. I also wanted to thank the Chair of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands for his engagement in this. This is a historical opportunity for the city. The city has never engaged with the Hawaiian Homelands Program. I also wanted to thank the Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement, as well as the Office of Hawaiian Affairs for their support of this measure. I share the concerns of those who are opposed to this measure. I don't take my job lightly. As many people know, I am an ardent advocate of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. My great-grandmother was one of the first beneficiaries in Kalamaula, Molokai. The majority of my immediate family live on Hawaiian homelands, and I can tell you that things may be very different no matter how much schooling I got. If my family had to leave Hawaii, I likely would not be here as your city council member because I would want to stay with my family. And they live on Hawaiian homelands throughout the archipelago, in Waimanalo, in Waianae, in Nanukuli, in Kapolei, in Ho'olehua, in Kalamaula, and Kaunakakai. I'm probably one of the only ones with fee simple property because I was able to afford it. So I just want to say that I can commit to the community that this is not a conveyance of the property. It's authorizing the conduct of due diligence efforts to see whether or not the city can convey it. And I commit to you that throughout this process, we are going to be taking your concerns into account. Thank you so much, and I just urge support of this measure by my colleagues. I don't take this measure lightly at all.
Thank you. Members, any further discussion? Councilmember Tupola.
Just a quick question for the Chair of Department of Hawaiian Homelands.
Hello and welcome.
Good afternoon, Kali Watson, the Chair of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and Commission.
Thank you. We're so glad that you're here. So based upon what Councilmember Kiaina said with the due diligence that's conducted, one of the testimonies that I read asked the question whether or not the department would be building it or whether they'd be basically giving out leases and letting other people kind of individually build lots. In your perspective, if conditions are suitable, how would that proceed?
Yeah, on this particular project, numbers would probably justify us going out, putting out an RFQ or RFP to identify a developer that would be best suited to do this type of development. You know, we have about 28 projects, so we're very active in scrutinizing as well as identifying developers that have the expertise as well as the resources to build something like this. And let me just say, I can assure you that even before we get to that point, we have to do our due diligence. We got to check out the site because I heard all the complaints, and that's a real concern for me. So I assure you, if it doesn't make sense to proceed because of the topography as well as the condition of the soil that can be resolved in an effective way, we're not going to proceed. But if we, and again, you know, that is an open question. We haven't made a decision, and it's going to take a lot of due diligence, analysis, investigations, you know, testing, on and on and on before we come to a conclusion.
Thank you so much. I just wanted everyone to hear that publicly because I heard you say it in the committee hearing, and I know that you guys are committed to doing the right thing, and I know that the residents that are here, you know, want that commitment from the council member as well as from you. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. Can I make further comment?
Please proceed.
I just wanted to thank the area council member. You know, I think that it's so applaudable to be able to give a vacant parcel of city land, if possible, right, to help with more housing, but even specifically with Hawaiian housing. So I'm grateful that she's incorporated all of their comments. I've just wanted to say publicly, I read all the testimony. I know a lot of people said, did you read it? Definitely, we're reading the testimony and we're hearing them. And because of how outstanding Councilmember Kiaina is, she was able to take all those concerns and weave it into something that she feels will really address everything. So I just wanted to commend her for all her hard work and of course for trying to find middle ground to help something like building Hawaiian homes, but at the same time appeasing all the community concerns. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none. Any objections or reservations? Noting no reservations or objections, CR 270 and Resolution 24-151, CD1 has been adopted. Members, moving to page 18, new business. Vice Chair Kiaina.
I move that Resolution 24-199 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kiaina for the explanation.
Urging the Hawaii State Legislature update and clarify the Hawaii laws relating to electric bicycles and electric dirt bike motorcycles.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have no registered testifiers, one person in the chamber.
Okay, please proceed.
Aloha, Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES in strong support. So this resolution is a city resolution urging the Hawaii state law to be upgraded. So in terms of being parents and adults, you know, what can we do to prevent unsafe, hazardous conditions within schools and students? Because students like to push the limit of what's appropriate for teenagers to be doing. And while they're not very mature, the law will set a guideline to determine for them what are safe parameters and boundaries for teenagers as it relates to electric bicycles. So the state law will help to set that boundary. And what can we do to prevent hazardous collisions and crashes, to make sure we have students who are trained and equipped to know what's appropriate and what's inappropriate. So this is a really good resolution. And also, for example, we can take a peek at California's law to justify if Hawaii's law is strong enough to withstand the mandate. Riders must be at least 16 years old to operate a Class 3 e-bike, and all riders under 18 must wear a helmet on any sort of bicycle. So as we can see from the resolution, Hawaii is one of the states that does not have a structuring class like California's law. So I look forward to a robust discussion. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify on Resolution 24-199? Seeing none, members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to mahalo all of my colleagues. I also want to mahalo Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, our Transportation Committee Chair, for waiving this important measure from the Committee on Transportation here to our full council. You know, I introduced this resolution because many of my neighbors and constituents have reached out to me in my office and shared their concerns about e-bikes and other unclassified two-wheeled electric vehicles. We heard earlier that all of us across the board, our colleagues here, have also had the same experience in their districts. My office continues to receive complaints involving e-bike riders failing to observe applicable laws, including riding on sidewalks, riding in parks, open spaces, and private golf courses, riding without a helmet when required, failing to observe rules of the road in traffic, example, weaving between lanes of traffic or against the flow of traffic, failing to observe speed limits and traffic signals, failing to yield to pedestrians, and performing wheelies and other stunts on city streets. In 2024 alone, the unlawful operation of e-bikes and dirt bikes has played a part in a spate of e-bike accidents, including the death of an electric dirt bike rider not wearing a helmet after being hit by a motorist when the rider was turning against a red light signal in urban Honolulu, and the criminal injury of a child e-bike rider who disregarded a stop signal. A recent incident involved a 12-year-old e-bike rider last Friday in Eva Beach. This council should express its strong concerns to the legislature regarding the safety of the public, the lack of public knowledge of the laws related to e-bikes and dirt bikes, and the unlawful operation of e-bikes and dirt bikes on the city streets, bike paths, sidewalks, parks, and in open spaces, because only the legislature has the power to determine what an e-bike is or is not, pursuant to the statewide traffic code, HRS Chapter 291C. At a minimum, the legislature must create new law and or allow this council to define e-bikes, define e-bikes as distinguished from other bicycles, incorporate the three-class system referenced in the resolution as appropriate, and address out-of-class, unclassified e-bikes. 2, add registration and license requirements for e-bikes separate from traditional bicycles, with increased fees for e-bikes that can operate over 30 miles per hour. 3, define and update laws applicable to electric dirt bikes. 4, clarify rules for maintaining and storing e-bikes and electric dirt bikes and address lithium-ion battery-related fire hazards. And 5, penalize responsible persons when a minor operates an e-bike or dirt bike unlawfully, and increase penalties for violations. I want to say that this is not to penalize those who are doing their due diligence and being responsible and respectful following the e-bike laws that are in place. This is really to keep our communities safe by those who are not following the rules. So I really encourage our partners across Punchbowl Street to understand that it is critical to update and clarify existing state law to define and regulate e-bikes and unclassified two-wheeled electric vehicles so we can collectively safeguard public health and safety, reduce the dangers of traveling on public roadways and sidewalks, and hold people accountable. Mahalo. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any further discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 24-199 has been adopted. Members, turning to the top of page 19, Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 24-210 be adopted.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution accepts a gift of travel and lodging valued at $6,400 to the city from the Honolulu Zoological Society for Honolulu Zoo staff to participate in the Kauai Forest Bird Recovery Project.
Thank you. Is there a motion to amend?
Yes, I move that the resolution be amended to the posted FD1.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation of the amendment.
And what this amendment does is it accepts the gift of travel, lodging, and per diem valued at $7,360 to the city from the Honolulu Zoological Society for Honolulu Zoo staff to participate in the Kauai Forest Bird Recovery Project.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members are in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 24-210 FD1 has been adopted. Oh, wait. We have to take the vote on the motion to amend. Sorry. Any objections to the motion to amend? Seeing none, Resolution 24-210 has been amended to the posted FD1. Now we're in discussion for the posted FD1. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting none, Resolution 24-210 FD1 has been adopted. Thank you, members. Moving to the bottom of page 19, Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 24-211 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution accepts a gift of transportation valued at $15,000 to the city from the Honolulu Zoological Society for the transport of 2 chimpanzees to the Gladys Porter Zoo in Bronxville, Texas.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Members are in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting none, Resolution 24-211 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 20, Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 24-214 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution authorizes the execution of an assignment and extension of lease, consent, and amendment of lease of city property, assignment and assumption of parking license agreement consent, and amendment to parking license agreement 163 spaces, and assignment and assumption of parking license agreement, consent, and amendment to parking license agreement 8 handicap spaces for the Smith Beretania Apartments project located at 1170 Nuuano Avenue, Honolulu, Oahu, tax map key number 117004007.
Thank you. Is there a motion to amend?
Yes, I move that the resolution be amended to the posted FD1, which authorizes the execution of an assignment and extension of lease, consent, and amendment of lease of city property, assignment and assumption of parking license agreement consent, and amendment to parking license agreement 163 spaces, and assignment and assumption of parking license agreement consent, and amendment to parking license agreement 8 handicap spaces for the Smith Beretania Apartments Affordable Housing Project located at 1170 Nuuano Avenue, Honolulu, Oahu, tax map key 117004007.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members are in discussion. Noting none, any objection or reservations to the motion to amend? Seeing none, Resolution 24-214 has been amended to the posted FD1. Members are in discussion for the posted FD1. Seeing none, any objections or reservation? Seeing none, Resolution 24-214 FD1 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 21, Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 24-216 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution urges the United States Department of the Navy and the United States Department of Defense, including the Defense Logistics Agency, to immediately implement weekly testing of all Navy Red Hill monitoring wells and drinking water wells for all chemical contaminants stemming from past fuel and hazardous materials that were used, stored, or released at the Red Hill Bulk Fuel Storage Facility.
Thank you. I note that we have a number of registered testifiers, starting with Ernie Lau. Aloha, welcome.
Thank you, Chair and members. Ernie Lau, Manager and Chief Engineer from Honolulu Board of Water Supply. We stand in strong support of this resolution. We appreciate the leadership and the courage of this council through the years on the Red Hill issue, always standing in protection of our vai, because water is life. I am also here with our board chair, Na'alehu Anthony, and just defer some time to Na'alehu.
Good afternoon, council members, chair. Aloha nui kako. Na'alehu Anthony, Chair, Board of Water Supply. Just wanted to maybe make a couple of comments in support of this measure. I wanted to thank you folks as well for all of your support over the years. You know, we have been on this journey for a long time. Ernie, much longer than myself. I've only been on the board for 3 or 4 years, but it is absolutely critical that we find ways to make sure that we can monitor and remediate the aquifer between Red Hill and Halava Shaft. And we'll be here for any questions as needed. Aloha.
Thank you. Members, shall we ask questions now or go through the testimony and come back for questions? Yep, testimony? Okay, thank you. Can you folks hang on? Thank you. Next, we have Wayne Tanaka, Sierra Club of Hawaii. Aloha, Wayne. Thank you for your patience.
Hello. Oh, okay, sorry. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the council. Wayne Tanaka with the Sierra Club of Hawaii. We are in strong support of this resolution. We do have in our written testimony a friendly amendment to also urge for third-party testing as part of what of the actions that the resolution is asking for. I just wanted to highlight, we as this resolution recognizes, we need data. And when I say we, not just us here now, but our children, our grandchildren, generations yet unborn, because the 200,000 to 2 million gallons of fuel that have been released from the Red Hill facility, it's going to be around for decades, right? The PFAS, the forever chemicals, they'll be around for centuries. So we need to do everything we can now to get the data and information that we will need, our future generations will need, to prevent the worst impacts of this poison that's now moving around in our groundwater, and to also prioritize remediation efforts going forward so that we can clean up this mess that we're dealing with. And so, yeah, weekly testing, just like the Board of Water Supply does, more monitoring wells, that data is going to give us direct information about where this poison is. It's also going to help inform and validate the groundwater and contaminant feed and transport models that are still in development that we still don't have after almost a decade since they were agreed to be completed by the Navy. And with respect to the asking for third-party testing, I did want to highlight the Board of Water Supply's expert consultants have found that the 8,000 samples the Navy has collected were botched over a 2-year period. More recently, we now have learned that the Navy has been using a process to test for lead that actually masks the concentration of lead in their tap water. And even under that process, they're still finding unsafe levels of lead in the Navy's water system. So all that to say, we really do think that to protect the integrity of this data that we're collecting, it may be very important to ask the Navy to use third-party experts to gather data. Happy to answer any questions, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Susan Gorman Chang.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay. Is Josiah Ubando available?
This testifier is also not logged on.
Okay. Melody Aduha.
Okay.
Hello,
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Hey, good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair and members of the Council. My name is Melody ADJOURNMENT, and I'm co-chair of the Environmental Caucus of the Democratic Party, as well as an elected member of the CRI for Red Hill. Now, I rise in support of 24216, and we do urge the Navy to have immediately weekly testing as soon as possible. And also, I do agree with Sierra Club, with Wayne Tanaka, saying that we need to have a third-party tester, as well as I'd like to request that we go forward with a toxicology lab on island so that samples need not go to the mainland. I think what's very important right now is Board of Water Supply needs more monitoring wells. They need 100 monitoring wells, because right now the movement of that plume, it is going westward. It has already hit the IAEA well, and it is projected that it may hit the Ka'amilo well, and that's going to affect those on Board of Water Supply line in IAEA and that area. We need to have these monitoring wells to see how fast, how quickly, how intensely, and how wide this plume is. Right now, the Navy, they only have monitoring wells, about 40 of them, but it's within the Red Hill facility, within their own property. They have a few outside of the Red Hill property, but not many. And that's where we are at a loss, because we don't have those monitoring wells. We don't know how fast that plume is going. Right now, we have heard that PAHs have been determined and detected in the IAEA well, but it is moving. It is no longer there. It's going somewhere else. And without these monitoring wells, we don't know where it's going, how fast it's moving. So for public health improvement, for environmental protection, for economic savings, for transparency and accountability, community trust and engagement, and sustainable development, we need to have more monitoring wells. Now, once we have these monitoring wells, we also have to look into remediation. How are we going to stop this plume from moving? We need source control. We need containment. We need that in slurry walls or sheet piling. We need a pump and treat mechanism, natural attenuation like bioremediation, chemical oxidation, hydraulic containment, monitoring and maintenance. All of this is necessary. So while weekly monitoring by the Navy is crucial, we need more. And so I would suggest that we do amend this resolution to include other things not that the Navy should be responsible for, such as more wells, more testing, and a way to contain this plume and remediation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Next, we have David Mullenix, followed by Jamie Simic. Aloha, welcome. Please proceed. We can't hear you, sir. Not sure if you're on mute. Still can't hear you. Mr. Clerk, can we unmute Mr. Mullenix? Sorry, sir. We'll come back to you. We can't hear you. Is Jamie Simic available?
Mr. Chair, that testifier is not logged on.
How about Ilima Di Costa? Ilima Di Costa?
Yes, aloha. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. I wanted to thank the council for basically presenting this resolution. I think it's important and long overdue, so I just wanted to acknowledge your hard work in putting this together. I've already submitted my testimony. I'd like to stand on that. I'd also like to kapu'o the testimony of the prior testifiers. Clearly, Melody has done so much hard work, and I just treasure her because I know that she cares so much about our community and about our VI and our environment. So please do listen closely to her. As a mother, my appeal is a little bit different because I'm appealing to you as a mother who once had to move a child back home while she was living on Kaneohe Air Station, and she was pregnant and told not to drink the water. I was alarmed. We didn't know what was in the water. They wouldn't let them drink the tap water. They provided them with bottled water and basically cordoned off the playground. But I've always wondered what was in the water or what was happening all these years. Was it PAHs? Was it PFAS? Was it lead fragments from the jet fuel? I don't know. I never knew. But I'm pretty sure that if my daughter had lived, if she was alive today, that she would be here and she would be testifying about her experiences as a young, scared, military dependent, as a young pregnant spouse, wondering what was going to happen to her unborn child. So Ikaika was born healthy. We're very happy. But we know that there's something in the water. There's been something in the water and the soil for many years. So I hope that you will address this issue. You will think about all the families who are still continuing to live under these conditions without an alternate water source. You will think about the fact that the military has already purchased some of the demonstration items or some of the water alternate water making items in order for them to demonstrate how they can make more water, but they haven't made this available to the people who live on their water supply. So I want you to think about all of the families who are still being impacted. Think about Ikaika, who was born healthy because his mother was wise enough to let go of her base housing and move back home with her family, but not everybody has that opportunity. There's so many military families here that are struggling. They need the help, they need the support. Please do think about them, think about their children, and please do help to protect the future generations, protect our water supply. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next, we have Deborah Pence, followed by Keona Wren.
Mr. Chair, both testifiers are not logged on.
Okay. Is Stephanie Yu, followed by Lauren Frazanelli.
And those testifiers are also not logged on.
Okay. Karen O'Mahony and Tara Rojas.
Mr. Chair, Ms. O'Mahony is not logged on. Ms. Rojas is.
Okay, please proceed with Ms. Rojas.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you were the other testifier. Yeah, I'm just testifying in support of this resolution. We've been, at all of the meetings with the CRI, at the Navy open houses. We've spoke up for the protection of our water in Honolulu and in support of the Oahu Watershed Management Plan. I do want to stress that the Navy does need to be held accountable because in addition to the contamination at Red Hill, while I was researching other important issues like ocean wind turbines being proposed, I found out, and I found a document, maybe that was meant calling to be found, about the military. It was a hearing in Congress, October 10, 2002, in which they shared previously classified, and they had to declassify it to share it, about the SHAD, the ship hazard. It was basically, in a nutshell, about chemicals and contamination that they did on purpose and unknowingly to the ship personnel, and also in Hawaii, in addition to other places. So it's documented there from then and way back, even before, their continuous contamination, intentionally and or accidentally, quote unquote, of our land and our waters. And they need to be held accountable that if in 3 years they cannot even at this point err on the side of caution and agree with the results being presented, with facts being presented, then we need this, in addition to critical mass, to demand that they are held accountable and minimally do weekly testing. So mahalo for what you're doing, mahalo for this resolution, and mahalo for everyone that keeps standing up for our vai. Aloha.
Thank you, Tara. Next, we have Mia Lisa Otis.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay.
Aloha, my name is Mia Lisa Otis. I support Resolution 24216. As a resident, I would like the following agencies to take accountability by doing weekly testing of all monitoring wells and drinking water wells for all chemical contaminants. The U.S. Department of Navy, the U.S. Department of Defense, Defense Logistics Agency. Our mortality is at risk. We are just an island, and this needs to be remediated immediately. My main concern is the lack of transparency to the public. They've been leaving an oil slick over the public's perception. The Navy has painted a pretty picture to the public. A majority thinks that the tanks are being drained and that we're safe. Unfortunately, that is not true. We're in greater danger. We're being poisoned with PFAS, AAAF, TPH, PAH, lead, and the list goes on. We'll have to divert so much water from wells that we'll have to eventually have to shut down along the way. This is a dire need for our families, friends, animals, plants, and food. Ola ikabai, water is life. I appreciate you doing what you can in your power to hold the biggest polluter accountable. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next, we have Ikaika o Nalani James.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay, is Chun James logged on?
She is also no longer logged on.
Okay, Bronson Azama? Hello.
Ana aike aloha kako. Thank you so much. I don't want to echo too much of what some of the previous testifiers have shared. Just support for this resolution, and then additional comments that I really would appreciate to additional support. Our CRI representatives that represent our community on this issue have been working tirelessly, and it's a continuous slap in the face when we see that the Navy hasn't shown up to. I think it was like 5 meetings now, and with the independent studies that have been organized by the Board of Water as well as by the CRI themselves, it would be greatly appreciative to if the Navy's there to have at least some dialogue into the processes that have led to the botch testing, and to have this conversation. It's a contentious issue. I don't know why people expect it to lean a certain way, but we really do need to work collaboratively on these issues, and we do need to hear what the Navy has to say, and there needs to be some metric and measure of accountability to them not even coming to the table to be transparent with our community about the contaminants that are in the water and the process in which they're supposedly monitoring and remediating. Yeah, mahalo.
Thank you. Let's go back to Mr. Mullenix, and then I'll open it up to in-person testifiers. Mr. Mullenix,
okay,
try again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Perfect. Please proceed.
Oh. Great technology. Dave Mullenix with Greenpeace Hawaii. We are in full support of this resolution. We would like to support the amendment, the friendly amendment for third-party testing. Unfortunately, the Navy has already shown us that they cannot be trusted. They lied. They deceived, they misled, they hid, and really blatantly lied about the water contamination from Red Hill. And they could have avoided thousands of people being poisoned from the fuel spill at Red Hill. So we already know that they cannot be trusted. So we need a third party to be testing the waters. So we strongly encourage you to do that. And thank you so much for hearing this resolution, and please pass it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, I'd like to open it up to in-person. I believe Healani Sonora-Pale was first, and if you'd like, you could start to form a line to my left. Aloha again, please proceed.
Okay. Aloha Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kiaina, and Honorable City Council members. Kalohui Hawaii is testifying in strong support of Resolution 24216 with 2 friendly amendments to request the Navy to use third-party experts to conduct its water testing and demand timely submissions of these results to the Board of Water Supply. The 80-year history of the Red Hill bulk fuel storage facility has yet to be fully investigated. Sitting 100 feet above Oahu's sole source aquifer, this facility has been leaking since year 1. What we don't know is how much fuel has leaked from the tanks and what other dangerous toxins have been stored at Kapukaki that could have potentially leaked into our Aina and Vai. In November of 2023, the Red Hill Water Alliance Initiative, or VAI group, made up of local officials, released a shocking report which estimated 6,000 gallons of fuel has been spilling every year in incidental leaks for the past 80 years, and that another 1.3 million gallons may have spilled in the 1940s. This is in addition to the tens of thousands of gallons of fuel we know of and the 1,300 gallons of PFAS, carcinogenic forever chemicals, which was released in 2022. The last known large leak from the Navy Red Hill facility was 19,000 gallons of fuel, which poisoned 93,000 residents, many of whom to this day are still dealing with long-term medical conditions and have yet to be treated with the humanity they deserve by the US Navy. We are a couple months away from the 3rd year anniversary of the last Red Hill fuel spill, and here is what we know. We know that the last spill was preventable, that the whistleblower was silenced and removed from her position at the Red Hill bulk fuel storage facility. We know that the US Navy lied to the public and to its own servicemen and women, resulting in the poisoning of thousands of men, women, and children immediately after the spill. With the accidental release of the US Navy's draft communications plan to the Civil Beat, we know that the US Navy is more concerned with its public image than the health and welfare of the million residents on this island. We know that if we fail to hold the US Navy accountable, have them pay for cleanup and remediation, insist on third-party water testing, and demand transparency in regards to all the damage the Navy has done to our environment, including our most precious resource, Vai, that we put our collective future at risk. Let us not pass a contaminated aquifer and poisoned Aina to our keiki. The work needs to start today, and the US Navy needs to be pressured to cooperate. We commend the City Council for this historic resolution and for holding this hearing, and we urge you all to pass Resolution 21-216. Ola ikavai.
Well said. Thank you. Sir, would you like to testify next?
Aloha. My name is Jazzer Kata. I live in Aiea. I am testifying here today in support of Resolution 24216. I stand here alone and unknown and young to give voice to my community that I love. Our water is at threat, and without water there can be no life and no future. As a lifeguard for the city and county of Honolulu, I'm always surrounded by water. It's something that we learn to trust. We always ensure it's safe for our swimmers, but I can't help but feel helpless while the water around me, the water around my community of Aiea is in question. I eat the watercress at Sumida Farms, which is nourished by the springs of Kala'ao. I help grow the kalo in our Aina. I dip the toes in the waters near our Loko'ia Paiao. And I feel the mist atop our heiau. Water is our most sacred and fundamental resource of nourishment, and it must be protected. I alone do not hold the power of change, nor am I in a position of authority to wield such power, but you do. The council do. You have the ability to stand up for the little guy, for me, my family, my friends, and all of us. We need you now more than ever to stand up for what's right and fight for what's right. I do not know what the future for my little town will hold. Therefore, let us turn these thoughts into words and these words into actions. It must be more than this resolution. My town is suffering, and everyone brushes us aside. I here today am brushed aside by politicians in this room. Outside this door, people walk by me. I can't even get a question in because I'm young, unknown. And yet it is the young people, as everyone keeps saying, it is the next generation that's problem. This is our problem. Our aina. I stand alone. I skip in class. I stand alone here, standing up for my friends in class, because I believe in our community. I believe that you guys have the ability and the hearts to make the change. So let's see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this testifier? Seeing none. Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
Aloha mai kako. Really appreciate you all being here, present. By the way, Ms. Kua, Senator, right? Senator Kuaina? Councilman, sorry, it's Councilman. Okay. I just wanted to make a side note that Prince Kuhio, you know, the ancestors, and I stand here, I am Native American, but I've been here a long time. I have a lot of Hawaiian friends, yeah. Us natives, we're all sort of together on things. Our mana'o is. But that Prince Kuhio wanted the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act to be 50%, yeah? Blood quantum, but the Republicans shot that vote down, yeah, the Americans, yeah? So let's keep that in mind also. But I'm here for it today to definitely, to be here to protect the water as well. And all the Kia'i on Turtle Island that would like to come back, that are priced out over there, I hope I'm speaking for them as well, because they can't be here, and I feel for them. I'm a Hawaiian Studies graduate, an associate's in Hawaiian Studies at Windward Community College. I've taken a lot of classes from the Kumu here. And the Lakota have a prophecy. It's called the Black Snake Prophecy, and I'm here to present it to you. It is a warning. It is a warning to everybody. Everybody. This black snake is gonna come across our land. Oil pipelines, fuel pipelines, water wells, and destroy our water. And as Hawaiians believe, ka, na, vai, the law of the land is dependent on the wealth of the water. Water is wealth in indigenous native science, yeah? So I highly suggest that we listen and we monitor, and I support this bill. I believe the state should monitor the wells, the water. I believe the military should, the Navy. I believe Kanaka Maoli should have their representative from the Kingdom of Hawaii, because they are illegally occupied belligerently by the United States military. He's not even supposed to be here. It's a war crime to be here, for the Americans to be here. And not let the 7th generation perish like him, the youth that have to stay on this aina, on this island, with or without the water. Mahalo for all your ears, and may you be blessed on your, each and every one of you's warrior paths in the future. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Aloha, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Marty Townsend. I'm the chair of the Community Representation Initiative for Red Hill, which was established by the Environmental Protection Agency. I'm also an environmental attorney, and I've been working on the Red Hill issues since the 2014 leak. And I just want to tell you that we are definitely in a Groundhog's Day situation, where we are back right where we were in 2015, 2016 timeframe. And so to have this kind of more transparent, more thorough, more reliable testing is absolutely essential. It's something that they promised they would do after the 2014 leak and didn't follow through. So the reason why we are in such a horrible scenario now is because the Navy made a bunch of promises, including, don't worry, this isn't gonna affect your water. But even if it does, you can count on us to be there to keep it clean and monitor it and do all of these things, and they haven't followed through on any of those. In my experience, what I've learned working with the Navy is that they are very good at wordplay. They're very good at saying things that sound really good, but aren't actually enforceable. You'll read in their testimony how they've said, contrary to what the Board of Water Supply says, we're actually doing a great job, robust, comprehensive testing. Robust and comprehensive doesn't show up in any law, anywhere. Like, what does that mean? For the Navy, it means as much testing as can be done without proving their responsibility, their liability, responsibility, to not get them in trouble. And so we've been dealing with this, chasing their tails in a circle for many years. And this reso, requiring the Navy to follow the Board of Water Supply's lead on how to do this kind of testing, absolutely essential. And honestly, it's in the Navy's interest. The Navy wants the public to trust them. Okay, why don't you do what the agency that the public trusts is doing? And then you might actually be able to regain some of that trust. So really, thank you, Council, for helping the Navy to find the right path here. Your encouragement, I think, will go a long way into ensuring that this is a requirement that helps to benefit all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in person who'd like to testify? Please proceed.
Aloha, Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES, wishing to comment. So there should be a balance of testing limits. The series of testing conducted is to improve environmental quality for the health and safety of all. And if there is poison and hazardous substances, there should be more testing. And if the water is safe and not poisonous, shouldn't it not require weekly testing, which costs a lot of resources? Environmental protection is the due diligence of the government after having heard the concerns of the public and the poison of the environmental quality of the natural resources. So the Board of Water Supply did a presentation, and so the city has done its due diligence, where we learned about polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, which are a classification of carcinogens. Carcinogens means it can cause cancer. And for those who are exposed to polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons through inhalation, dermal exposure, it can cause cancer. And foods that may have the polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons are smoked products, certain beef products, such as flame-grilled burgers, and certain types of dried foods, including spices and plants or algae-based supplements. So the International Agency for Research on Cancer classifies polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons as a carcinogen, while others classify it as possibly carcinogenic. So there are different standards of what is hazardous and what environmental concerns and what environmental agents causes the development of cancer. So the standards are different, okay? So as the resolution sets the guidelines, these are important points to consider. And polyaromatic hydrocarbons can be a result of incomplete combustion, high pressure processes, natural events like a forest fire, burning, coal, oil, gas, wood, trash, and tobacco. And it can also be found in waste incineration facilities, which are facilities that burn trash and produces a smoking effect and ash residue. So it is very necessary to monitor pollution to set guidelines for health and safety of all.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify in person? Seeing none, I do want to go back. I believe Jamie Simic is now registered testifier, but now logged on. Is Jamie Simic available?
Mr. Chair, the testifier doesn't seem to be responding.
Okay. Members, before I turn it over for questions, just want to lay the groundwork. I think Kealani Sonoda Pale did it actually very well, but I want to recap that, Red Hill, these fuel tanks were built 83 and a half years ago during a time of martial law. The site remained classified until 1999. It's built 100 feet above the Waimalu Moanalua Aquifer, This aquifer supplies 77% of Oahu's drinking water. We know that there are 70 plus documented leaks, estimated at 644,000 to 1.94 million gallons that may have leaked from this facility. It is contaminated our drinking water. Having said that, Ernie Lau, are you available for a few questions? Members, I'll turn the floor over to you first. Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you. Thank you, Manager Lau, for your recommended amendments. I do hope that we can include them into the resolution as well as the Sierra Club's amendments as well, especially as it relates to depicting where certain areas are located, such as Moanalua Valley. With that, do you have any further recommendations in addition to the third party, or is third party request sufficient?
We are in full support of third party independent testing done to the same rigor that the Board of Water Supply follows and to the same level of sensitivity. And it should be done weekly. I also want to stress the importance of also requiring the military to test for PFAS, per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, the forever chemicals that we know were stored and used at Red Hill. They should test at all monitor well locations, even at new monitor well locations, and those should be also done weekly.
Thank you. Thank you for your response. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Dos Santos Town.
Thank you, Chair. The resolution specifically calls for the Navy to install additional monitoring wells to the west and northwest of the Red Hill site. Do we have a sense of how many wells, additional wells, would be required to have a crystal clear picture of what's going on and where these sites might be? Are they going to be on county land or are they on Navy land? Do we need to do anything to make this happen on our end?
So the Red Hill VI report that was the culmination of efforts from the state, from the governor all the way down to the mayor to the council, including the University of Hawaii. We identified at least over 100 different additional monitor wells in the network. That would be in addition to the 35 or 40 that they already have. At least 100 more monitor wells. And if you look at where the current monitor wells are located, there's like this broad swath of Halawa Valley, particularly on the north, not the South Halawa Valley side, where there is very little monitor wells being installed. And that is the unknown, because the concern, Councilmember, was always the westerly or northwesterly flow of the groundwater naturally that could transport contaminants toward Aya and Halawa communities.
Yeah. And then for those additional wells, I guess the ones in particular in the northern part of Halawa Valley, are those on military property, or are they in city and county property? Like, I guess, who do we need to work with to make this happen?
So that's a very good question. I'm sorry I didn't answer that earlier. It's a variety of ownership, private ownership, some city, some state, but it's a real mixed bag. So they've concentrated their efforts on Navy property or military property, and it's easy because they're the landowner. They can just give themselves permission to drill. But now it really comes down to drilling off their property because that's where the major gap of knowledge, what's happening deep underground, that's where it is. It's off of their property.
And then my last question is sort of pivoting from the fuel leaks and PFAS and the other issues related to Red Hill, but I know, island-wide we have problems with sort of the legacy pollution from the plantation era, pesticides, more modern things. Are we, based on this resolution, kind of what's being called for here, are we looking ahead going to be also doing this in other areas, or is this kind of a new standard that we're going to be using to make sure that our water island-wide is safe? I know there's the issues with dioxins and other things from the plantation era too, which is a concern in different parts of the island.
Councilmember, we'd be glad to come back to the council to do a briefing on our source water protection plan study that we're getting close to wrapping up. But there are a lot of different sites on the island a number of them right over the drinking water aquifer too, that was potential sources of contamination. So increasing the frequency of testing, that's something we may have to expand on to do that at other locations. In particular, what I've been pursuing is information on current and formerly used defense sites or military installations, in particular where we have a vast concentration of wells in central Oahu and Waipahu, Waipio areas, because those are some of the most productive wells that we have in our system. They tap that same sole source aquifer. It's been challenging getting that information, but I would urge the military to be transparent.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions, members? I have a few. What testing has Board of Water Supply been doing?
I'm sorry, what?
Have you been testing?
Yes, we've been doing, we do, I think, over 25 or 30,000 tests a year on our water.
Okay. And I put it in my resolution, our resolution, but you're finding the PAH chemicals in the IAEA well?
Yes, IAEA wells is one of the 3 that we shut down in December of 2021 in response to the Red Hill spills and contamination of their water system. We've been testing for PAH, PFAS, total petroleum hydrocarbons at the 5 closest wells around Red Hill.
And the IAEA well is north of the Red Hill tanks, correct?
Yeah, it's kind of actually to the west of the Red Hill tanks. So from Red Hill, the tanks at Kapukaki, going westward, you'll see our Halava wells along Halava Heights Road, that's currently shut down, and also the IAEA wells a little bit beyond. IAEA wells is actually only within a half a mile of the Navy monitor well number 24, which also detected PAH in June.
And can you tell us what PAH is?
Polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons or polynuclear aromatic hydrocarbons. They're a family of chemicals that's found naturally in fuel or coal, oil. It's also created when you combust or burn things. It can be created there.
Okay. And what are the health effects of ingesting polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons?
Some of the concerns are, I mentioned earlier about carcinogenic potential from these aromatic hydrocarbons. Only one of them right now is actually regulated in drinking water by the US EPA, benzopyrene. They have a maximum contaminant level for that in drinking water, but there's a variety of other chemicals. I think some of it is maybe mutagenic effects also.
So it could cause cancer, and you're saying mutagenic. That means it could affect your organs and
it could affect the children being born that's been exposed to it.
Okay, and you found that chemical in the IAEA well?
Yeah, we did in late May and actually in June.
And we're concerned because the plume, this carcinogen, is moving underground within the aquifer.
So what we did was we informed the EPA, the Department of Health, and the Navy by letter in early July. And we indicated in the letter that it sort of seems like because in May we saw a little bit, and then in June we saw a lot. And then after that we didn't see any of it. So it almost seems like with the groundwater, which we know is never really sitting still or static, that it always is moving in different directions and locations. So that, one idea that we had, and we said it in our letter, could this have been a plume of contamination that was traveling with the groundwater that's flowing, that because we were doing weekly testing, happened to catch it in 2 consecutive tests.
Based on your presentation to the committee earlier last month, does it appear to be moving towards the Ka'amilo well?
You know, that, Councilmember, I mentioned that at the last briefing for the council, and I've mentioned it in community meetings too. Without enough monitor wells, without any hard data, could this be actually moving? Because also about a half a mile away, later in that month of June, the Navy detected similar PAH chemicals about a half a mile away at their monitor well number 24. So could this be a sign of things moving underground in the aquifer? Back in 2022, the Navy also detected in monitor wells at Red Hill. This is not months after the spill at Red Hill Shaft on November 2021. They also detected PAH chemicals. So right now, I think they're trying to tell us, they and maybe some of the experts are trying to tell us that this could not have come from Red Hill, that it came from some combustion source, a house fire or something, but we don't know for sure. So the question is, if this is indeed a plume moving westward, what's going to be our decision with Ka'amila Wells, which is about a half a mile to the west of IAEA Wells? Should we shut it down? Should we install a treatment system? What do we do? So I'll be coming back to the community with a decision that'll be made in the near future on what to do with that well. And council members, like we did in December of 2021, when we decided to shut down 3 wells, including Halava Shaft, one of our largest in the for the Honolulu water system. We did it with incomplete knowledge. But we did it because we did not want to put our community at risk, did not want to risk having these contaminants enter to our water system. So I'm kind of faced almost now going on 3 years later with a similar decision in front of me. I'll just say that's not an easy decision.
And we're talking about if these chemicals got into the Ka'amila well. You're currently pumping from the Ka'amila well,
We're currently
right?
pumping. It provides almost 1 million gallons a day to the IAEA community. And I heard the testimony earlier from a resident of the IAEA community, and I completely understand how that person feels because I'll be facing a decision in the very near future whether or not to shut off almost a 1 million gallon a day well that is currently serving the IAEA community without I think I know what to do. And I think standing up in protection of people's health it's our job, it's our kuleana. So we'll be making an announcement in the near future.
And again, though, the Ka'amila well is how close to the IAEA well?
It's about a half a mile to the west.
Half a mile.
And Council Chair, that was always the fear, but Red Hill, one of the military's largest underground fuel facilities they ever constructed, can hold up to 250 million gallons of fuel over, and it may have held that over its 80-year history. We don't know. They won't tell us how much leaks, maybe 644,000 to almost 2 million gallons of fuel leaks from that Red Hill facility. They won't tell us exactly how much it was, even though we've asked. So the concern has always been, could that leaks from the facility migrate westward to the northwest, where we have a lot of BWS wells that supply not only the IAEA Halava community, but the Honolulu water system too? That's always been a concern. And I'll just say that Navy, I think you're probably listening to and watching this council meeting. Please be transparent. Don't try to hide the information. Just tell us what we're dealing with so we know what we have to do. Tell us what was stored at Red Hill over its 80-plus year facility history. how much was leaked or unaccounted for, at which tanks, which pipelines, where, what other chemicals were used at Red Hill, like AFFF, firefighting foam systems, which I only recently learned from a report that they actually had used AFFF chemicals at Red Hill from the 60s. So I would just ask and implore the Department of Defense to be transparent, because what is at stake is the future for our community. It's our precious vie that we all need to live.
Thank you, Ernie Lau.
Thank you.
Appreciate all that you do. But last thing though, this is, it's at an emergency state. We need to know immediately what's there, right? And we want the Navy to not only share the information, but also help us by providing more monitor wells, right?
More monitoring wells and moving toward more frequent testing and testing for PFAS at all locations, including PAHs and total petroleum hydrocarbons and other chemicals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any follow-up questions for Manager Lau? Seeing none. Thank you again. So members, there has been a request for a friendly amendment to allow for third-party testing. So we are having it drafted. Can I get an update? Do we have that drafted yet? Not yet. So members, shall we just put this off to the end, get it drafted, then we can amend it? Is there an appetite for the amendment? Councilmember Cordero, followed by Wire.
Thank you, and I would also like to recommend looking at the 2 amendments from BWS. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wire.
I wouldn't have any objection to an oral amendment, but in case you're thinking like folks need it in writing, but I'll leave it up to Chair. Just wanted to put that on the record. Like I wouldn't have an objection to that.
Thank you. Why don't we wait to see if Office of Council Services can get it in writing? I can share with you all. So let's just postpone decision-making on this until that happens. Then if it's not ready by the time we're done with the calendar, I'll make the oral amendment. Sound good? Okay. So members, we're gonna move on to Resolution 24-217. Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Resolution 24-217 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
Accepts a gift of round-trip airfare for travel between Honolulu and Portland, Oregon, lodging and per diem for 7 days valued at $5,640 to the city from the Honolulu Zoological Society for 2 Honolulu Zoo staff to participate in the Oregon Elephant Exchange Program.
Thank you. Is there a motion to amend?
I move that Resolution 24-17 be amended to the posted FD1, which accepts a gift of round-trip, which will accept the gift of round-trip airfare for travel between Honolulu and Oregon. Wait, let's see.
Second.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members are in discussion. Seeing none. Any objections or reservations to the motion to amend? Noting none. Resolution 24-217 has been amended to the posted FD1. Members now are in discussion on the posted FD1. Seeing none. Any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 24-217 FD1 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 22, Councilmember Cordero.
I move to approve Communication D560, which approves and accepts the grant of easement documents effective as the date of recordation at the Bureau of Conveyances.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
It's from the Department of Design and Construction requesting consideration of deed conveying roadway lots 28, 29, and 30, and grant of flowage easements F1, F2, F3, and F4 for public use in EVA.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members are in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, communication D560 has been approved. Councilmember Cordero.
I move to approve communication D568, which approves and accepts a grant of easement documents effective as of the date of recordation at the Bureau of Conveyances. And D568 is from the Department of Design and Construction requesting consideration of deed conveying roadways lots 49 and 75, deed conveying roadway lot C, and grant of flowage easement A for public use in Hawaii Kai.
Second.
Thanks.
It's been moved and seconded. Thank you for the explanation. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you, members. We're in discussion. Seeing none, I just want to point out, thank you to the Department of Design and Construction, as well as Parks. This resolution, this communication actually has been a long time coming. So, I'm very thankful that we're finally getting it done. Seeing no further discussion, any objections or reservations? Noting none, communication D568 has been approved. We are back to page 21, resolution 24-216. Any word from OCS? Not yet. Can we take a brief recess, members? I just want to double check. And if we do need to make an oral amendment, I want to be prepared to do so. Okay, brief recess. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. We're reconvening. It's now 3:05 p.m. We're on page 21, Resolution 24-216. Is there a motion to amend? Councilmember Cordero.
I move to amend Resolution 24-216 to the presented FD1, which is OCS 2024-0818/9/4/2024 at 2:41 p.m. That makes the following amendments, which adds in addition to Clause C, which specifies in the Amendment C, which specifies in the first bullet point of the be it further resolved clause that weekly testing samples should be submitted to a qualified third-party laboratory facility for independent testing of total petroleum hydrocarbons, commonly referred to as TPHs, PAHs, and polyfluoroalkyl, I don't know if I'm saying that right, substances commonly referred to as PFAS levels, as well as other miscellaneous technical and non-substantive amendments.
Second.
And performing changes to the whereas clauses.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, and it has been explained. Any discussion on the motion to amend, members? Seeing none, basically we're adding on the friendly amendment as requested by numerous of testifiers. Okay. Any objections to the motion to amend? Seeing none, is there any objection to waiving the Rule 48 rule, Rule 19G? Seeing none, Resolution 24-216 has been amended to the hand-carried FD1. Members, we're in discussion for the hand-carried FD1. Councilmember Cordero?
For the hand-carried FD1 itself or for the resolution as a whole?
It's the resolution as a whole.
Thank you. First off, I want to thank the council for supporting and council leadership for introducing this resolution. As a council member of the district who not only has Ka'amila Wells, Aya Wells, Halava Shaft, as well as Kapu Kaki in my district, I want to thank on behalf of my council district all of you for standing by their side. I was talking to Manager Lau. I was like, whoa, this is like all the wells in my district, majority of the wells in my district. And so as you can hear from Jazrek Hata's discussion earlier today, how scary it is for the future and for people who currently live there. So I want to thank you all. I want to thank the Board of Water Supply. I want to thank Na'elahu Anthony. I want to thank the community, the CRI, all of them who have been coming out from the most recent leak 2, 3, or 3 years ago to now, and has showed up for my community time and time again. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments, members? I just want to echo your gratitude for Ernie Lau and the Board of Water Supply for all that you do, and hopefully the Navy is watching and they take this message very seriously and work with Ernie Lau so we can make informed decisions. Okay, I also want to thank all the testifiers who actually waited around all day to testify on this, as well as the 312 written testimonies that came in. Okay, if there's no further discussion, any objections or reservations to the proposed FD1? Seeing none, Resolution 24-216 FD1 has been adopted. Thank you very much, members. Turning to page 23, Councilmember Cordero for the motion to adjourn.
I move that the meeting stand adjourned until Wednesday, October 9, 2024 at 10 a.m. at Kapolei Hale.
Councilmember Wyatt?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any objections? Noting none, the council stands adjourned until Wednesday, October 9th, 2024 at 10 a.m. at Kapolei Hale. Thank you, members. Appreciate you waiting.